Hey, hey, wait. Can you even hear me, by the way? Because I am not sure. Oh, yes, you can. Yes, you can hear me. Hello. Hi, guys. Are we feeling lucky today? Oh my god, that is cringe. Oh my fucking lord. I did try to kind of like make something for me, like an intro or something like that. Oh my god, that made me cringe as balls. Hi, Lucky, miss ya, and yes, we can hear it. Hey, ING, hi, how are ya? Welcome everybody to another Saturday afternoon for me and Saturday morning for user. I told you to go to bed. It's 4:30 a.m. and I appreciate you being here. So if you do need to go to bed, I don't blame you because it is super early for you. Nez, hello, you too. You go to bed. The hell? Sil is here. Thank you so much for the thumbnail art. One of the best things I've ever seen, and thank you so much. There's like 3 music in my ears right now, I'm not gonna lie, and it's slightly overwhelming, so I'm taking my earphones off. Okay, so hi, good afternoon. It's been what, a week, and I love that. Hope everybody has been doing well while during the weekdays. Hopefully work didn't kick everyone's ass. What's good, sapling? And you know me. I miss Juana. Anyway, so before we actually move on to playing and to speak to Dop, I did add a few things on the screen, which is just, by the way, you are not obligated to wait, hang on, I'm just listening to my audio. Is my audio okay or is it bad? Is like, am I peaking? I'm not peaking, right? I think I might be a little bit too loud. Okay. I just remembered Narissa milking fauna account. Oh god, fucking hell. Yeah, so as I was saying, I am a cat. Meow. Nya. Nya nya nya. So I added a few things. I just added my coffee link at the top. Again, you're not obligated to send me anything because, dude, I'm not. This is literally just me shooting my shit around, and I don't really expect people to kind of like donate. So please, but it's there. It's just there for the lols. I did also added my art tag, just in case people do want to send anything. So that art tag is not necessarily just for art. Anything that you wanna put on Twitter and you want me to see it, please use the hashtag. I do have Twitter, which is all over there, all of my my socials on there, so you can find me absolutely everywhere with that tag. Discord, I don't have a Discord yet for this type of thing, just because I don't think I have enough people to man the Discord or to be on Discord, and I don't actually have any exclusive content. So for the meantime, follow me on Twitter if you have Twitter, and we'll see you on there. And another thing, I am planning to do a Valorant tournament, so I will be making the sign-up sheet soon, and I will be directing it on Twitter. So anyone is welcome, but I will see in terms of which server we're gonna be in, because I think a lot of people that will be signing up will be in the C server. So we might have to kind of jiggle around a bit and maybe do a C tournament and maybe an EU tournament and an NA tournament, but it all depends on how many people will sign up for the tournament, and we'll see. I'm just in a very VCT mood because it's a championship game at the moment, and it's making me feel like I want to do something, and there's seems like a few people that are interested to do that, so I am happy to organize something like that, and it'll be the first time for me to do that, so I'm kind of excited organizing something this big with a few people involved. So I think that's it. I will head on to the game room, because this hi. Okay, I'm gonna unmute Dop. Hello, as usual, like last week, Dop is here with me. Dop, say hi.
Hi.
Hello, can you hear Dop properly? Hey, Asian
Thank you.
Cookie. Hello, how are you? Welcome. We're just about to start. Yeah, so Dopdop is here. Darky is also here, but she will just be listening in. Because she doesn't have her mic on. But we are sillies. Oh, fucking hell, Asian cook rice. Goddamn, I'm so fucking sorry. I can't read, man. I'm so sorry.
Asian cookie.
Look, oh my god, fucking hell. I'm so sorry. Can you all hear Dop properly though? Because I know last time the VOD was so... Dop was so low.
Can you hear my thoughts now?
Can you speak Dop, please?
Hey.
Yes, okay, you're better now. Your audio is better now. Okay, we're gonna start. We're gonna start where we left off, which I cannot remember where. Okay, the game is okay. I think we're ready. Cool.
How far did we get last time?
We are here on chapter 3, earning your keep. Hi, Kumiko. Welcome, everyone. Hope you enjoy your stay, and we're gonna shoot the shit. You ready, Dup?
Can you share me the screen, please?
Oh shit, yeah. I'm not doing so hot. Okay, let me share the screen. Please be happy. There you go, you got it?
I got it.
Nice. Okay, ready? Everyone, strap your boots in. Oh, it's so fucking hot today. It's crazy.
Have a nice day.
Thanks. You too.
I miss her. She's so cute. Look at her.
Nemo.
Okay, let's go. The kind old man takes his books under his arm and shuffles out of the library. A whoosh of cool air passing over me as the door opens and shuts.
Finally, time for a break.
With no one else waiting to be helped, I glance around at the dozen or so people milling about before plopping myself down onto the cushion that Juliet set up for me behind the desk. Who knew that working would be such hard work? These past few weeks since I started helping out at the library have been a bit of a blur. There's always so much to do. At least, most of it is pretty easy, like straightening out furniture or putting things away when they get left out. I don't know what the big deal is. I think it looks better when they're a little bit messy. But it's what Juliet asked me to do, so I do it. Oh, it's Rice Man. Hey, man. How are ya? How are ya? Welcome.
Hey.
I'm peeking so hard. I am so sorry. I changed my mic settings, so I'm a bit. Oh. Sorry. I'll put my mic away from my mouth. I need to fucking do a filter on it or something. Okay, I'll put. Okay. Talking to patrons, as Aspen taught me that word, is getting easier as well. The first few times someone came up to me for help, I was so nervous that I could barely speak. There's so much to remember and still so much to learn. I still don't like talking to people in general, but it feels easier now. I get a little anxious when I see someone walking up to the counter, but it's not too bad. Of course, everyone who comes up thinks it's my first day here. Even though I've started to recognize some of the regulars, they never recognize me. Aspen's the only one who comes by every day. What I didn't expect was that the hardest part would be checking out books to people. There's a sheet of paper with a bunch of little boxes in them, and I'm supposed to write the names of each person in the books they're taking. Since I have to copy the letters by hand each time, it takes me a while. If someone has a lot of books or ones with really long titles, then it takes me even longer. Sometimes people get a little impatient, but I'm going as fast as I can. Damn, your front view is such a victim of the VTuber no-no syndrome. Yeah. Honestly, it's fine. I literally rushed him on VTube Studio. I just min-maxed everything and I was like, yeah, that looks like me. And I want the skin pigment as well to be a little bit darker than this. I couldn't find the color that I want, so I kind of just went, you know what, blah. And I can't edit it back in VTube Studio, which is weird. I think they updated it and my model was so old that the file doesn't work on them anymore, which is fine. I'm fine. Either way, it makes the days go by faster. I wouldn't really call it fun, but I don't hate it either. Having a bit of money that I earn rather than stole feels surprisingly good too. At least I don't have to worry about someone trying to take it back. I hear the front door open again and look up to greet the new person like Juliet taught me. It turns out to be a familiar one, my nerves settling a little aside of her.
Hey, Miho.
Oh my god. Sorry.
Hi, Aspen.
We're normal. Oops. Sometimes I forget I'm not supposed to be loud here.
Hi, Aspen.
Don't bully me. I have a nose.
How does
See.
Mari say it?
Yeah, that's literally how Mari says it. Honestly though. She comes up to the desk and sets down a couple of books that she just checked out a few days ago.
Whoa. Done already?
Me at Cress, who finished fucking the meetings at 5 in like one night. I don't know how people could read so quickly. Either that, I'm illiterate, or they're just built different.
I mean, when you're very interested in reading something, you're gonna keep on reading it until you realize you're done with it. Oh.
Honestly, that's true. That's true.
One of them I simply couldn't put down because I had to know how the story ends.
Yeah.
I was worried it would have a sad conclusion, but the ghost girl becomes real and gets to stay with her girlfriend, and they all live happily.
Wait,
ever
is this
after.
a direct reference to I don't want to spoil it, but I know which one. I think this is Studio Alan reference as well.
One of their games?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you know what, Rice Man? I think you get my vibe right now. But don't spoil it, because I know someone's playing it. And I'm not gonna... Yes! I think so! I think so! Wait to spoil it! Oh my god, what? Oh my god. Weeb is also here. Hello! Oh my god, I can't believe you spoiled me like that.
I won't be trying that author again.
Sorry, I wrote it.
That's too bad. Should I tell Julia we can get rid of this one?
She's precious.
Well, it's not that terrible. I'm sure someone out there could enjoy it, just not me. If you say so.
Kiss. It seems to me like if Aspen doesn't like a book, then that book must be really, really bad. Maybe I'll ask Juliet about it later anyway. I love how her basis of something is whether Aspen likes it or not. I think that's very cute. For now though, I start copying the titles down onto the returns, while Aspen goes off to find new books. She comes back right as I'm finishing up, with a small stack in her hands.
You find books as fast as you finish them. If only. I knew exactly what I was looking for this time.
She hands me the pile and I begin writing the names down. I can feel her watching me as my hand makes each slow line.
Say, Miho.
I have to finish the letter I'm working on before I can pay attention to Aspen.
Yeah?
Why is that so cute?
Have you,
She wrings her hands, looking like she's not sure how to ask her question. Aspen seems to think a lot before she speaks, so I've learned that sometimes it's easier to just make her spit it out.
Just say it. I don't mind.
Sure enough, her eyes widen, but she stops fidgeting.
Have you ever considered learning to read and write? It would probably save you quite a bit of time.
I look down at the mess of scribbles on the paper in front of me. Even though I wrote them, they don't mean anything to me. Juliet never seems to have an issue though, so it's good enough for me.
Not really. I've gotten by fine without it so far.
Oh, come on. You can't keep using that excuse for everything. You've been here for more than a month now.
Kiss.
Well...
No, I hate literacy. She does have a point there. I told myself so many times that I was going to stop letting my past define me. But still, reading and writing? It would be useful, it's true. With so many letters though, it seems like a lot of work. And I'm already doing a lot of work as it is.
I don't even know how to start doing that.
Right? Imagine not being able to read headcanons in the most perfectly arranged words and sentences and paragraphs. I can never.
I'd be happy to help you, and I'm sure Juliet would too. She'd be delighted if you picked it up.
Her usually quiet voice starts to raise, only adding to my doubts.
I'll think about it, I guess.
No, I won't take no for an answer. I'll do some research when I get home and bring some materials later. We can make a lesson plan and a schedule and...
Kiss.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't I get any say in this?
You didn't say no, and that's enough for me.
God, the banter, it's so good. Why read sometimes when you can get someone to narrate it for you? Audiobooks have their own appeal too. Oh, true. That's true.
That isn't what I came here.
Is that what I'm
to
doing
talk
for
to
you guys
about.
now? I think it is. I kind of enjoy it because otherwise I won't even read it unless I'm actually doing it for somebody. I never do anything for myself.
Aren't you here to get books?
Right, that too. But anyway...
When are they gonna kiss? Aspen reaches into her purse and pulls out a slightly crumpled flyer, which she hands to me. Looking at the glossy cover, it's covered in pictures of little vases and statues and other old-looking things.
There's an exhibition at Te Papa about Korean history and culture, for a limited time only. I thought you might be interested in seeing it.
An exhibit at your dad?
Sorry. Sorry. I forgot that this was a joke. I'm gonna need to... Oh fuck, what? What the heck? It's not screenshotting for me. You know what? I'll grab it later. I used to about to fall asleep sometimes. Your voice is soothing when you read seriously. Lucky asking the real question. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And thank you. Thank you for liking my voice, because I was just telling the guys on my private Twitter, it's the most gender validating thing for me, because I never used to like my voice, and for someone to actually say it's soothing, it's like, oh my god, I feel like I've attained what I want to attain in my life. I can stop now. You know? Thank you, I appreciate that. Also the spacebar, yeah, my spacebar is kind of whack. I kind of broke it because I was playing Valorant one time. I got so tilted, I kind of bashed my keyboard in.
It's Valorant.
Yeah, of course it's Valorant. What else makes me mad? It's fucking Valorant. Jump King has never made me tilted in my life, ever. And it's just Valorant that actually grinds my gear so hard. Also, why are there 11 people in here? Help! Also, welcome. And I'm sorry. I've listened to an audiobook once in my whole life. Yeah, I've never actually listened to audiobooks. I like listening to my brain voices when I read. Anyway.
Why read audiobooks when you have voices in your head?
Exactly.
Interesting places in Wellington.
Oh my god, it's Mari Aurelia liking my ears. No, you. I like your ears. What?
Sorry.
Oh my
Hello.
god, the Oshi's here. Oh my god, story time. I sweated so hard. So I was memeing the other day. I was like, will Mari Aurelia would like to have a collab with me? I was just joking. And then that's why I didn't at her. So I was just like vaguing. She fucking saw my tweet. I forgot she follows me back. And now I guess we're gonna have a collab, me and Mari, soon.
Yippee!
Oh
Yay.
no. Oh shit.
You gotta compare ears.
You know what?
Yes.
True. Very true. I laughed. I was on top of my feet. I laughed so hard. Oh fuck me. It's so embarrassing. Why? Dude, I think Mari's cool. No homo.
You can enter for free, so that isn't a concern. Look, there's even a map of how to get there on the back.
After I flip the flyer over, she points to a map of Wellington that's very similar to one I used on my first day here. Got a nipple in each other's ear. I think Mari would stab me. Like straight up stab me.
This is the bell.
It's gonna burn Lucky.
Just go up
Yeah.
this road, turn here, then here.
My ears look like what am I gonna say? Cardboards. That's the word. I know that she explains, but it isn't really necessary. I may not be able to read, but I can at least use a map.
Anyway, it's only open when I'm at work, so I won't be able to join you.
See, no
But
touch
Juliet
the ears.
will. Oh no, wait.
But Juliet will.
Oh, it was
wow,
in the
Aspen.
day. No.
Lucky roasted.
But I imagine you might appreciate having some time to yourself too.
Whether it's in Mari's stream or outside Mari's stream, she will simp for Aspen. I think we all do.
Now that you mention it, yeah.
It's been a long time since I really had a moment to myself. Other than when I go to bed, I'm always around Aspen or Juliet. Not for long, baby girl! Or the patrons at the library. There's another big change from me. In me. I'm noticing them more and more these days.
I'll check it out. Thanks. Maybe they'll have something that can help me find my person.
Aspen smiles, but a thin smile. Like she's once again holding back from saying something. This time, however, she doesn't give me a chance to make her say it.
Perhaps, yes. Right, well, I need to get back to work. My break will be over soon. I just wanted to pick these up so I have something to read during any downtime at my shift. I'll see you this evening after I look up some reading resources. Tell Juliet I said hello.
Will do. Bye.
I suddenly miss Crony. I don't know why. Anyway. With a smile, Aspen blows a kiss,
Crony?
then quickly spins around and heads out the door, leaving me standing about with a flyer in my hands. That's so fucking gay. Would you... okay, question. Would you blow a kiss to your friend while saying bye?
Nah.
And
I
this
think
is...
if you're gonna do it, it's gonna be with trees.
if you're gonna do it, just kiss me on the lips. You know what I mean?
Are you?
You know, if you're gonna say bye, just fucking do it on my face, you know? Just kiss me, man. Assert dominance, you know? Exactly, see? Why have the middleman, which is the air, when you can just fucking kiss her right on the lips? Like, fucking coward, do it.
Playing hard to get.
Right? God. Without any patrons waiting around, I take a closer look at some of the artifacts on the pages. Most are cracked and worn with age, but still have a little color to them. A couple have writing on them that I can tell is a different language from one I've been getting used to copying here. And in a way, they seem kind of familiar. Not just familiar, but nostalgic. Like they're related to a memory that's just out of reach. I don't know if it'll bring me any answers, but maybe there'll be something interesting to see.
Hiya, I've got these to check out, please.
I quickly tucked the pamphlet into one of my pockets, turning to greet the young boy eagerly waiting at the counter with several books to check out.
You got it.
I'll lift the first book off the stack and slowly begins my process. Maybe Aspen's lesson won't be so bad after all. Chin tilt with a kiss while saying, but oh my god, Agent, no, oh my god, that's like the dream. I think she should kiss me. You know what, real, I wish Aspen kisses you too. Go girl, get your kiss. Oh my god, I'm a hopeless romantic, so I'm weak to nicknames. I'm weak to what Angie just said. Chin tilt and then kiss. Oh my god. Oh my god, lucky lore. So so when I first came out as I am, I met this dude, which is the same as me, on Facebook. He's really, really nice. He's awesome. And we are both a bit of a disaster. So so one time when we kind of just we kind of went out for like a few dates already, but we haven't kissed each other. So one time I went out, oh shit, I went out with my friends. Fuck! My Reese's Pieces! So we went out. So I went out for dinner with a couple of my friends, and he was out with his work mates, and we accidentally met outside the restaurant they were just going into, and I was going home. Said, you know what, I'm gonna say hi before I go. So, and we were just standing, we hugged, and then we're just standing in front of where I'm like, you know, just trying not to be too awkward. And I was just talking about whatever shit, and I was like, oh, you know what, I'm gonna say goodbye. And you know when you said goodbye to someone and you kind of just like, do I do it? Do I not? You have that thought running in your mind. So that's the thing. I was like, do I kiss him? Do I not? And then suddenly what he did was, before I left, he fucking grabbed my chin, turned it to him, and fucking kissed me and run inside the restaurant like an idiot. Yeah, he fucking ran out and didn't talk to me until he was drunk enough and be like, oh my god, that was the most awkward kiss I've ever shared with anyone. I was laughing my shit off, but it was so cute. I was like, while I was walking home, I was smiling so hard because number one, it was awkward. Number two, I nearly fucking died in the middle of the street, bro. Listen, like, fuck it. Getting pulled like that on your chin and then suddenly kissing you, like, bruh. If that lingered a little bit more, I might have died in public. Like, fuck. Alpha behavior, what are you fucking trying to say? But yeah, anyway. Back to the game. Shut up, guys.
Pearl bottoms.
I'm failing with my ideas. You're welcome. Yeah, I was giggling the entire time. But the unfortunate thing about that is we never actually got together because there was a thing about him that we kind of just didn't match. But everything else was like, everything else was perfect apart from that one thing. Hockey isn't all good. God, do not start. Fucking do not start. And yeah, he's happily, I think he's dating somebody right now, and she's an artist, so they're pretty good together actually, and I'm not mad about it because it was a mutual understanding that if we cannot see eye to eye in this one thing, I don't think, you know, it's gonna happen. So, oh my god, hi Miri. Pokemon Unite. No, please don't call me an Omega. I don't even know what that means. Well, I do, but I don't understand it, if you know what I mean.
You mean the entirety of it?
Yeah,
The
I don't
concept?
get it. I mean, I get the dynamic, but the only ABO that I've read was Satoshi's
Ah,
Cookies and Cream. That one was cute. I like that one. That's my only, because I try to avoid a lot of ABOs because a lot of them are like freaky with the NSFW stuff. Like, bruh. So freaky. Anyway, back to the game. Closing time finally comes around, the patrons slowly trickling out. Some of them linger for a while, making their final selections before bringing them up to the counter. Fortunately, Juliet's here to help me, or it would take me all night to get through the line of people waiting.
Thank you very much, Miss Callahan. We'll see you next time. Oh, Dottie. Glad to see you're still reading Pullman. Only one left to go in the series. Bye-bye, Abdul. Bye-bye, Jamar.
Hi, Juliet. In the time it takes me to finish writing down one person's checkouts, Juliet can get through 5. She even knows everyone by name as well as their reading habits. Dop introduced me to Hololive Omega. What? Dop
exposed me like this. No, I kinda did because I'm trying to get them into reading fanfics.
And you introduced them a fucking Omegaverse?
Yeah.
You fucking. Are you serious? You could have showed them Trip.
I did. I showed them Hot Chocolate Rain.
Okay, Hot Chocolate Rain's
before?
good.
Yeah.
I can't believe it's Omegaverse. Poor.
Come
I'm
on,
sorry,
come on,
Angie. Never
I
trust
sent
Dop.
a
She looks
But
kind of
it's a
cute.
good-
Yeah, this is Juliet. This is who we're gonna riz.
Juliet, my beloved.
Anyway, I'm gonna interrogate you later.
Okay.
That always impresses me. How does she keep track of all of them? We finally managed to get through everyone. A sigh of relief, escaping as the last patron heads out.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my gosh, just three of them, they're gonna kiss. My ears prick up at the sound of Aspen's voice as the patron holds the door open for her.
Sorry, we're closed.
Aspen hesitates for a moment as she walks up to the desk, but then she laughs.
You almost had me for a moment.
I collapse onto my cushion while Juliet puts everything away under the desk.
Excellent work today, Miho. You're getting better and better.
I wish all 3 of them could kiss, should kiss, would kiss.
It doesn't really feel like it.
It can be hard to notice your own progress sometimes, but I promise it's there.
Oh my god. Dop being flustered is cute. Oh my god. Omegaverse reading stream? Oh my god. Writes it down anyway? Oh my lord.
And it's only going to get better. Look what I brought.
She raps her knuckles against the pile of thin books she brought with her. There's also a small bag that rattles when she moves it.
Are those? Yes, they're the phonic books I said I'd bring by.
Phonics? Why, Miho? Have you decided to learn to read?
Yeah, the yippee cult is fucking dangerous. Don't be on there. It's a hellfire.
Well, Aspen decided for me, but I guess so.
I pick up one of the books from Aspen's pile. The words on it are big and written in very simple style, and so are the pictures that go along with it. I've spent enough time in the library now to recognize that these kinds of books are meant for the little kids. But I guess that's what I need, isn't it? It's embarrassing, but I maybe can just use that as motivation to learn faster. And if I end up hating it, I can just quit. Only lost a war I'm not inside. Like, I always have the option of running away from something I don't like. Still holding the book, I look up to see Juliet and Aspen both watching me, waiting to see what I'll say. I take a deep breath and then smile.
So, how do I start?
Both of them break into a grin as well.
I have just the thing. Come with me.
She's so excited. I wish they'd all kiss. Aspen's so eager that she barely waits for Juliet and I to step out of the counter before leading us to a table beside the aisles of books. Guessing that I'll be here for a while, I pull up a seat while curious Juliet hovers over my shoulder. She sits down and begins unpacking the bag she brought onto the table, turning out to be a bunch of pens and pencils. She hands me one before placing a small workbook in front of me.
Let's start with the alphabet. Juliet, would you mind? Your handwriting is much better than mine.
Gladly.
Realizing she's going to be a part of this, she quickly takes a seat to my other side and selects a sleek black pen. Opening the book, she brings her pen to one of the blank lines.
So, to begin with, this is the letter A.
Gargura reference? The two of them take turns going through the different letters of the alphabet and showing me how to write them. Although I have a hard time remembering which is which, I pick up the writing part pretty fast, since I've had a lot of experience at work already. Each of them writes an example letter at the top of my paper first, before I take my turn to try it. Juliet's handwriting is very precise and clean, and reminds me of something you'd see on an advertisement or book. Aspen's, on the other hand, is almost as messy as mine. Sometimes I'm not sure she's even writing the same letters as Juliet and I. After we got through the whole alphabet, they quiz me by holding up cards with different letters and asking me to name them. I get a lot of them wrong, but I do get a lot of them right too. When Aspen finally calls it quits for the night, I'm a little bit disappointed.
So, how do you feel? I think you made very good progress for this being your first night.
She is so cute. I do want to see what Aspen's handwriting looks like. Probably like in cursive, like a really messy cursive, but like the professional type of cursive. I'd like to imagine that.
Doctor
Yeah.
kind of cursive.
Indeed. You should be proud of yourself, Miho.
I can't keep a little smile off my face. Maybe I am a little proud.
It was more fun than I thought it'd be. It was tough at first, but I think I'm getting the hang of it.
You certainly are.
Yes, if you work on it a little bit each night, I'm sure you'll make great progress.
The workbook that Aspen gave me already has a few pages complete because of how fast we were going.
Do you think I could learn to read by the end of this week?
Learning
The look
speedrun.
Yeah. The look that two of them exchanged tells me my answer.
Well,
Not that quickly, I'm afraid. Even for the fastest learners, it still takes a few months to make much progress in reading. Going by how quickly you picked this much up, though, I think you'll do just fine.
When you were 7? I can't even remember when I started learning how to read. I think... Yeah, tuition, yeah. Want to learn a language? Get a lover who's fluent in it? Correct. Good shit. Good answer, good answer. Actually, yeah, I think I dated someone from Indonesia. I nearly fucking learned the language, bro. Nearly. We don't have that much riz, what do you mean? I mean, maybe for you, I'm alright.
I see.
No. I'd been expecting this to take a few nights at most, months. It's a lot longer than I was anticipating. I think I started learning how to read before I even actually go to a proper school. I think I had to learn how to read because my preparatory and the kindergarten that I went to was a private school. Oh my god, Dad gave me a dictionary at 5 and asked me to master 5 words a day? God damn. Did that work? Just literally gives you a big ass fucking dictionary. I must look disappointed because Aspen frowns and leans forward. Kiss.
don't worry, I'm sure that time will fly by. As long as you're getting a little better every day, you'll be able to notice the results soon. Here, why don't you try this?
Look at her blushing, gay ass. Aspen gets up from the desk and maneuvers behind me, putting her hand on top of mine. It's a little shaky and I notice her face is red as she makes a point not to look at me. I almost jerk it away out of instinct, but keep my cool instead. I'm not used to people touching me, but I know that with Aspen, it's just a friendly gesture. Friendly gesture, she says!
Pose your
Bruh.
hand, justice.
Oh my
Friendly
god!
gesture.
Oh my god! Oh my god, Miho, if only you
Woman.
knew. If only you fucking knew, bro.
Here, follow these lines.
Okay, gay ass.
Why did he stop her?
She gently guides my hand up and down across the paper, slowly forming the letters on the page with me. After 4 letters, she stops and scurries back to her chair. Juliet's snort of amusement from my side only confuses me further. She knows! She fucking knows!
Can you read what that says?
Can you read what that says? I love you, Aspen. Sorry! The stutter. Yep! They're actual lesbians, so real. So true. Tough love gets things done sometimes, that's very true too. I look down the word on the page, looks familiar. I squeeze my eyes shut, picturing the cards that they were holding up and what each letter sounded like. Scrunky.
Me.
Mm-hmm.
Miho.
Aww, she's so cute.
She did
When I
it.
jolt, I realize it's my own name. Juliet and Aspen both clap excitedly and blush forming on my cheeks. Aww.
Yes! You did it!
Oh my god, cutie. Baby. I still can't shake the feeling that it's kind of embarrassing to have them cheer for me on something so simple. Looking down at the paper with my name on it, I have to smile a little too. This is the first time I've written my own name, even if I did have Aspen's help. It's the first time I've read myself too. I stare at it intently, committing the shapes of those letters and the motions to make them in my memory. I've used so many names in my life, but for some reason this one feels a bit special. Kirsty's is up so pretty and cute, I'm gonna get gayer. We welcome you. We welcome the gay. Just for good measures, I write it down a few more times to practice. Each time it gets a little less shaky and more legible. I'm so proud of her.
Seriously.
Even if this wasn't my idea to start with, it feels like a new milestone in my life already. The start of something else that's new. I can add that to the list.
It's our pleasure.
Right. Especially since, I did kind of force you into it.
It's okay. Turns out I need people to make me do stuff sometimes.
I'm certainly good at that. You'll have to wait until tomorrow for more, though. I've already stayed a bit too late as it is.
Oh my, I hadn't even noticed the time. It sure did fly by, didn't it?
As she gets up to leave, Juliet and I take to our feet as well before realizing I let out a yawn.
I'll leave all this stuff with you, Miho, so you can study at your own pace. I'll try to come by at nights as well to help you practice.
And you're always welcome to ask me for advice too.
Thanks. I'm gonna practice during work too, when I don't have anything else to do.
That sounds wonderful. Good night, you two. Thanks for having me over.
Bye, Aspen!
Good
Good
night.
night, Aspen. We'll see you soon.
You said the same thing as Juliet. Oh my god, are you Juliet? Hello? How long are my streams usually? I think we just finished one chapter and then we go, so like maybe around 4 hours. I'm not Mario Aurelia, so don't worry about it. Why do they force you to choose in VN? Isn't it easier to just put them all together? Yes. There was meant to be the studio planned on doing a poly route for them 3, but it needed to have financial backing, which we didn't unfortunately reach. I think as soon as the games that are currently under Studio Alan is finished and maybe more financial backing is received, we might actually get a poly route for them. So I'm waiting. Yeah. With her trademark smile and wave, Aspen leaves the library. The two of us watch her go as she heads out into the night's darkness outside.
I imagine you must be tired too, right?
Yeah. Now that you mention it, I really am.
My hands are sore from all the writing, and my palm is colored gray with a smear of pencil lead and ink.
Can't believe that wore me out.
You had a full day of work too. You should get some rest. I'll finish cleaning up and preparing for tomorrow.
Are you sure? I didn't really do many of my chores today.
I'm certain. Go on, go to bed.
I think Miho is anything because she can't write, so she doesn't know which one, which hand. But with the lead smear hands, it's yeah. I think she is left-handed.
Juliet?
No, Miho.
Juliet's oh.
I think Juliet is left as well.
Oh,
Lefty.
they're just
Secretly.
like me.
Yeah. Oh my god, lefties.
Yeah, it's a curse and a blessing.
No, we lost one. Secretly glad to be heading to bed rather than doing my work, I start to head out. I look back. Juliet playfully waves me out of the room.
Good night. And thanks again.
You're always welcome, Miho. Have a good night.
Why does she say it like that? I'm sus. I'm like sus over Juliet. She in love with me or something? With a pause before another yawn, I stretch and head up. I stretch and head up the stairs. I'm going to sleep well tonight. As I lie in bed and wait for sleep to take me, I reflect on my day like always. Today was a good day. I accomplished a lot, and I feel proud of myself. I can tell that Juliet and Aspen are proud of me too. That's taken some getting used to. It still weirds me out to think that people care about me. They think of me even when I'm not around them. They're excited for me about things that don't affect them. It's weird, but in a good way. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I had a bad day. The shock and uneasiness of having a safe place to live and stable life have worn off, and my daily routine has become just that. Routine. I thought I'd never get used to things like this, that they'd never be real for me. Well, it turns out I was wrong. Rather than constantly overthink everything, I've gotten better at that going with the flow. I think that's something to be proud of, too. Rolling onto my side, I look around my room. It hasn't changed too much since I moved in, but still feels distinctly mine. This isn't just a space that I happen to be in. Smiling, I close my eyes and roll onto my side. Just when did I become so sentimental? Sentimental. It's hard to say, but maybe that's okay too. I don't mind who I am right now, and my friends don't either, and that's enough for me. With peaceful thoughts like that drifting through my mind, I also drift to sleep. Lefties! Work's been quiet today with a handful of patrons coming in at all. The few still here keeps to themselves, quietly reading and browsing the aisles. I'd normally be bored on a day like this. It's a good thing that I have something new to keep me occupied during my downtime then. A few of the worksheets and books that Aspen gave me yesterday are spread out on the desk, out of the way of our guests, but still where I can see them. Whenever I get a few minutes to myself, I practice writing letters or memorizing their sounds. When I have to write down titles or are being checked out, I pay more attention to what exactly I'm writing. I'm pleased to notice that it goes faster now than it did before. I still have a very long way to go, but I can feel myself making progress with every word I finish. That sense of pride helps motivate me to keep trying. Oh, what the fuck was that southern accent that came out? What the fuck? Even when I'm away from desk, studying up and putting books away, I try to think about letters and words. It's nice to have something to focus on, rather than trying to find ways to fill the hours. Just as I settle back down to work after a quick lunch, Juliet comes down from her room with a folded parasol in hand. With a calm nod of greeting, she walks up and joins me behind the desk.
Hey, you're up early.
Teleport to chat, yeah.
Yes, I had some daylight errands to attend to. How are you doing, Miho?
Check it out.
She's so smug. I show her one of my worksheets, which was really just a blank piece of paper. On it, I've written my name over and over to practice. The first few, okay, most of them, are fairly messy. I think I get the hang of it by the end of the page though, and those ones are more legible. I offer the paper to Juliet, who looks it over with a smile.
Great job! I'm very proud of you.
Pat, 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 pat.
Thanks. I'm proud of me too. What kind of errands are you running? Need any help?
Not this time. I'm just making a couple deliveries that can't wait until the evening. Will you be alright here by yourself?
Yep. I think I've got the hang of everything by now.
I'm pretty used to handling my duties on my own. If there ever was a problem, it wouldn't be hard to go find Juliet to get her help. That hasn't happened yet, thankfully.
Excellent. I know I've said it before, but you've been a great help around the library. I appreciate your hard work.
Oh, it's not that hard. Besides, it gives me something to do.
That's nice to hear. Don't forget to take some time for yourself, and have fun every now and then, though.
I think some have advised that Juliet herself should follow more often, but I keep that opinion to myself. So
I
sassy.
will. Actually, I'm going to the museum after this. Aspen told me there's an exhibit all about Korea going on there. So, I'm hoping maybe I'll learn something useful.
Useful?
Yeah, like about my person.
Oh, I see.
Juliet gives me the same small smile that Aspen did when I mentioned my person yesterday. I know they think it's probably hopeless, but I can't give up. I don't understand how they don't understand, since both of them always talk about caring for those close to you and making lasting bonds. Still, Aspen and Juliet have both done too much for me to hold that against them.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck. You know you can always ask me for help if you need any.
Mio's ears look so fluffy. They are, aren't they? I wonder how it feels like. Like, is it soft? Like squishy soft? Or like fluffy soft? I mean, it's fluffy soft, but you know what I mean? There's like different type of soft. Don't
Fluffy
eat it.
soft.
Like, oh, I nearly said something so bad. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
Hey.
I'm not gonna say it.
Say the thing.
I'll type it. I'll type it. Hang on. I'll type it. I typed it. I'm not
How would I know?
Oh,
I know.
I'm so sorry. I forgot you guys don't have Riz like I do. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's so sad.
What would
I
happen
know.
if it does
Thanks.
feel like that?
I mean, great. Like, good for whoever gets to touch them, you know?
Now I can
Anytime.
unsee it.
I'm going to head out, but I'll make sure
It's
to
all
come
your
back early
fault.
enough for you to go to Tipapa.
To Papa.
I'm about sampling you. Okay, sampling you right now. What do you mean? I didn't even say anything. Oh shit. Tipapa. We're going to Tipapa, right?
Sounds good.
Yeah, to Papa.
I'll keep studying and working until
Hmm.
then. Bye.
Hmm.
I like Tipapa.
Goodbye, Mia.
Yeah. Oh, how did wait? Goodbye, Mio. You hear how she said that?
I know. Why did she sound so soft? What's going on? What's going on? Okay, sapling, how dare you? As Juliet goes out the front door, she pops her parasol open to protect her from the sun, and then strolls out, joins the day's crowd. I stare at the now closed door, thinking. I wonder if either Aspen or Juliet have ever felt the same way about someone I have about my person. It's a hard feeling to describe. It's something warm. I may have forgotten a lot over the years, but I've never forgotten their voice, their face, or the way they smell. Like charcoal and paint. All those things are too important to forget. The voices are making me raw. Yeah, yep. It's about to get rawer later. It's kept me going my whole life. Been my entire reason for existence. At least until arriving in Wellington anyway. Even with my new life here, I can't just abandon my old one. Not entirely. Maybe they just don't know how much it means to me. I couldn't blame them, since I've told them all about how little I cared about everything else. Maybe they think it's like a hobby. Something to pursue when I have nothing else to do. But even here in the library, surrounded by friends and busying myself with my job, not a day goes by where I don't think of that forest back in Korea, and my person. It's okay if Aspen and Juliet don't understand. They don't need to. It's important to me, and that's all that matters. So far, they supported me in whatever I do. In fact, when I think about those two, I feel the similar way when I think about my person. That warm, safe feeling. It's not exactly the same, but it's close. I don't think that's a coincidence. There have been lots of new feelings that I don't quite have words for. Like so many parts of myself. I'm still figuring them out. That may take time, but I have plenty of it. Realizing that I zoned out, I pulled myself from my thoughts and get back to focusing on work and studying. I may have lots of time, but I need to make sure I use it well. Okay, I think we need to choose side quest. Unless this is the Papa. Oh, it's the Papa. Only an hour or two later, I look up from my work to see Juliet returning from her errands. Folding up her parasol, she soon joins me at the front desk again.
Hello again, Miho. I tried to hurry back so you'd have plenty of time at the museum. You can go ahead and head off. I can handle the library for the rest of the day.
Cool, thanks. I tried to clean up and do as much as I could before you got back.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Enjoy yourself. You'll have to tell me all about it when you get back.
Will do.
Got cute. Put away my study materials in my room, and then with a big thumbs up to Juliet, leave the library.
Fresh air again.
Since I've been spending so much time inside since I started working, my walks and time outside are more refreshing than they used to be. The birds singing sound prettier, the scent of food wafting from town smells tastier, and I'll bet even the grass would feel softer if I was in my fox form to feel it. It's been a long time since I've transformed, now that I think about it. I need to stay focused for today though. With the museum as the only thing on my mind, I pick up my pace as I walk into Wellington, heading along the now familiar streets. I pass by the Bell House and glance inside, but I don't see Aspen. She mentioned that she'd be working late today, so she must be in the back or maybe on a break. I follow the direction she gave me yesterday until I reach the building that has to be my destination. It's big, with parts that go off in all different directions. Near the front, there are two sections flanking the entrance. One is round and tan, while the other is made out of darker stone and looks more blocky. It's a bit intimidating, but seeing few people heading in and out is reassuring. Taking a breath to steady myself, I stride on up. The entrance has a huge glass ceiling with glass doors that slide open when I approach them. I don't even have to pay to sneak in. Read that wrong. The moment I step inside, I can safely say that I've never been in a place like this before. It looked big from the outside, but from the inside, it's huge.
How am I gonna find the crane exhibit?
I don't even know where to look first. Different paths lead to different types of display, and I can see floors and elevators going all the way to the top. A family walks by me, following a big arrow that points deeper into the building. Without any better ideas, I decided to take the same route. I'm sure I could ask someone where the exhibit is, but I'll look around on my own first. If I can't find it for a while, then I'll ask for help. I start to wander about once inside, looking for anything that I might recognize from Korea. To my surprise, there's plenty of other exhibits that also end up catching my eye. In one section, a variety of sea life, fish, turtles, and others hang from wires above everything else. They look so lifelike that I think they're real animals at first. But after staring closely, I can see that they're just models. Another part of the museum is filled with skeletons of what look like giant monsters. I can't even imagine what kind of creatures they once were. Maybe dragons? Spotting a panel with some illustrations, I skip over for a quick look. They aren't dragons, but they look awfully close. I've only seen a dragon once or twice in my life, but I've never seen one of these. Other sections are dedicated to human and fabled civilization. There are recreations of old human houses, as well as diagrams showing fairy homes and werewolf dens, plus plenty of others. The tour guide talks to a small group as I walk around explaining this and that. I go slower through this part, feeling a little nostalgic. I even recognize some of the human technology and knickknacks from long ago. I had no idea they were old enough to be a part of a museum now. There's even a big memorial to the war, showing humans and fabled fighting against one another. The front is a painting of when the peace treaty was signed, which was the start of humanity and the fabled coexisting. I was around back then, but I stayed out of it, just like I stayed out of most things. Honestly, the history doesn't interest me too much, but I'm sure Juliet would love to see this. I'm sure she already has at some point. Just when I'm thinking about giving up and asking for help, I finally find what I'm looking for. A large banner with some text that I can recognize as Hangul. The Korean writing system is hanging over a number of display cases and tabletop exhibits. I hurry over to get a closer look. It's quieter up here than it was on some of the lower floors. I'm able to take my time browsing without feeling like I'm getting in anyone's way. She's so old, yeah, she belongs in a museum. Kinda like... No. At the same time, my heart starts to beat faster with anticipation. I may not know what I'm searching for, but I'm sure I'll know when I see it. I started the entrance and slowly make my way through. The first section is full of pottery and carvings. I nearly said cravings. Carvings, like from the brochure Aspen gave me. There are little animals and people carved out of stone and even a few made of metal. A number of clay pots and vases sit on a pedestal next to them. Most are cracked or damaged, but some look as good as new. Moving on to the next part, there are a few intricate-looking outfits adorning mannequins. Some are just pants and jacket, but most are vividly colored dresses that hang to the floor. I can almost feel the delicate silk in my hands. If I was still a thief, I bet these would sell for a lot. After the clothes are paintings. Tigers and birds are common subjects, but so are people and cities too. Others feature gorgeous landscapes and flowers. I've never been a big fan of art, but somehow these are different. Looking at them doesn't make me sad, but it does make me feel something. Like I'm wanting something I can't have. Parang siya. Suddenly it comes to me. A feeling I've heard about, but that I don't think I've experienced before. She's a treasure. She absolutely belongs there. Yeah. Homesickness. A painting of a green forest could be the one where I was born. I've passed through towns that look like those paintings and hid from humans who look like the ones shown inside them. Not all the memories are good ones, but they're mine. There's not much that I can relate to nowadays in terms of people or places. I have friends now, sure, but I don't have much in common with them. That's never mattered before, but now. I wish I could reach out and touch the paintings before me, just to feel something from the same era as me. Of course, they're behind ropes, which kept me well back. I reluctantly start to move on again, just as I do. A certain painting catches my eye. It's small and displayed out of the way in the corner, as if nobody thought it was just that important. The edges are jagged and torn, but the crucial part is still there. On one side, there's a fox surrounded by trees and leaves. Its fur is a different color than mine, but it's still clearly a fox. Just across from it is a human-like figure. She's dressed in an outfit similar to the ones I was just admiring, but that's not what that stands out most to me. On her head are two pointy ears and several long bushy tails peek out from the bottom of her dress. When I look at the fox again, I notice that it also has more than one tail. I breathe in deeply, as if I could inhale the scent of the forest just from this outward. Another gumiho? I take in all the details I can. She's smiling. Her sharp fang makes her smile look sinister. The hand at her side has long claws instead of regular fingernails. Claws that are clearly meant for ripping. Whatever she's looking and smiling at is missing, being part of the torn section. There's just a small part that remains. A pair of boots on the ground, surrounded by the edge of what must have been a pool of blood. Only then do I notice the blood around her lips and on the ground beneath her claws. And then the unmistakable bone, a white bead hanging from a string around her neck. It's glowing like the moon. I instinctively raise a hand to my neck, feeling my own bead. It's reassuringly warm to touch. Somehow I get the feeling that the one in the painting would be ice cold. This portrait of a gumiho leaves me conflicted. There's the same longing I felt looking at the painting on the forest, with those claws and the blood. Those feel foreign and detached. Is this how most people view gumiho? It would explain the fear and terror that seemed to follow me wherever I went when I was younger. The curses and the threats from farmers and townsfolk whenever they saw me. It wasn't until after the war, when the fable became more common in human lands, that I felt comfortable without my ear and tail hidden. Even then, I'd sometimes get dirty looks just for existing. The threats were usually reserved for when I got caught stealing. Still, I've never been like the gumiho in the painting. Stealing in one thing, but hurting someone? It just isn't me. I wish I'd been able to explain that to them. I wonder how different my life would have been. I tear my eyes away from the painting, but I know I'll be thinking about it for a long time to come. There's no point dwelling on what could have been. I pass through the rest of the Korean exhibit quickly, barely glancing at the artifacts that I haven't seen yet. It isn't until I have nearly left the gallery that I see something that makes me pause again. In a small and unremarkable display case, among many others, there are a number of delicate scrolls. On each one, a few old Korean-style characters are written. I don't know their Hangul, but I don't know what they're called. They look familiar though. I left my own scroll back at home for safekeeping, but I don't need it with me to compare. The sweep of brushstrokes, the shapes of the characters, the shade of the ink. Closing my eyes and breathing in deeply, I swear I can smell them. My person. I press my hand against the glass. This is the closest I've been in hundreds of years. After centuries of looking, I finally...
Hey, no touching!
Bitch, I was getting emotional. How dare you! Literally just, oh, he is ancient. I leap backwards as someone shouts. I look around and see a woman wearing a badge and a museum t-shirt starts stalking towards me angrily. The instincts I thought I'd buried kicked in. It's time to run. Backing up, I look around for a gateway route, but there isn't one. I'm surrounded on almost all sides by cases. The only open direction is the one the attendant is approaching from. Think, Miho, think. There has to be a way out of this. Could I jump over this place? No, they're way too tall. Maybe if I transformed, I could get past the attendant. I have no idea how to navigate this building though. And being a fox would attract way too much attention in a place like this. If I wait for them to get close, then I could probably run right past them, like the security guard when I first arrived in Wellington. Heart racing, my panic must show on my face because they stop a couple meters away from me frowning.
Hey, it's not that big a deal. Just please keep your hands off in the future.
Bitch. With a shrug, they turn around and leave me alone. That's it? My hands are shaking as I watch them retreat, expecting them to snap around and come after. Of course, that doesn't help, and I'm very slowly able to relax. That doesn't happen, not help. I'm so sorry. Words are out. Okay, one slap. Of course, that doesn't happen, and I'm very slowly able to relax. All I'm left feeling afterwards is a lot of embarrassment. Oh, Miho. Looking around me, I'm glad that there aren't many people in this area. Nobody's looking at me either, whether out of politeness or because they just didn't notice. My face is burning red, and I look down at the scrolls again just to hide it. I sigh. Maybe it was silly of me to think that I could change myself entirely in such a short time, considering I've just been remembering the old days, and all the abuse that I went through from humans. It makes some sense. After I settle myself down a little, I turn my attention back to what's really important. While I know that these scrolls have to be from my person, they don't help me much on their own. There's a little card in the corner of the case covered in text. It might have something useful written on it, but that doesn't do me any good. I considered trying to copy it all down to have Aspen or Juliet read it to me later. There's so many words that I'm not sure I could get them all. A gulp, looking over the museum attendant who I was so scared of just a moment ago. Do have one option. Summoning all my courage, I approach them slowly. They're just a regular person, I remind myself. Like Aspen or Juliet. Or even like me now. Just doing their job.
Excuse me?
I hope that's polite enough. She looks over to me. Her face doesn't look annoyed, more bored.
Can I help you?
I'm sorry for touching the glass. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit about those papers, like...
A boot.
who wrote them?
Mio Canadian?
Like I said, it's no big deal. It's just a safety precaution so nothing gets damaged. Anyway, there's an informational plaque in the corner. It should have all those details.
Would they even believe me if I said I can't read? A worry that might make me even more suspicious.
Can't see very well, and the words are so small. Can you read it for me?
Oh, sure. Let's see.
No. From Canada? Miho's actually a Canadian Gumiho?
Canadians are not real.
What? That was almost too easy. They don't question or analyze me at all. Simply walking over and leaning next to me.
Says here these were some of the first works by a calligrapher whose name was Jong-in in the 17th century. They were a scholar who lived in Korea and...
The attendant keeps reading, but I'm not listening. I've already gotten what I came for. Name. Jong-in. A Canadian baby girl. For the first time, I have something to call them. Something that's unmistakably theirs. I pretend to listen to the rest of what's being read out loud and thank the person on autopilot when they're done. My head's not here in the present moment. It's back in the forest where I was born.
Jong-in.
Once they walked away, I said it out loud. Trying out how it sounds, I think it fits them.
Jong-in. Jong-in.
I'm so happy for her. I say it over and over again, making sure I'll never forget. Finally have something to go off of. Feeling a little bit dazed from the enormity of the moment, I find my way downstairs and wander out of the museum. Can't wait to tell Juliet and Aspen. What's Canada? I've never heard of it. It's, yes. I'm so excited that I ended up missing my turn to take me back to the library. Lost in my thought about what'll happen when I get there instead. I don't even realize that I've zoned out until I reach the edge of Mount Victoria, right where the city streets turn into parkland.
Oops. Good thing I can find my way back from here.
I'm still within the area that I've visited before, so I'll be able to use the mountain as a landmark to find my way back. Okay, BRB, because it's so hot in here, I need a fan, bro. Give me a sec. Dop, entertain the stream. I need to get a fan.
Oh.
It's so hot.
Oh.
Okay, BRB.
Okay. I'm not good with entertaining, guys. Hello, Mary. I'm not a nice entertainer. We're gonna stare at each other's eyes for a few minutes until Lucky comes back. So, Canada. It's not real, guys. Speaking of Canada. Nothing. It was never real. The only thing that is real is Orochrony. Don't stare at my eyes. I have anxiety. Also, I miss Crony.
Hello?
Hello,
Oh my god.
you're back.
Can
Did you get the
can you
fan?
hear the mic? I can hear
Yeah.
can you hear the fan?
Hear the mic.
Did you say you miss Crony? I kinda miss Crony too. I don't know why.
Yeah. You saplings.
What?
I don't know. Why are you not missing Fauna? Shouldn't you be more
Because
missing
fauna is everywhere. Okay, nature is there. She's there, she exists. I look
Nature isn't
outside,
real.
she's there. Yeah, with the okay, shut nah.
Hey, sapling.
You're so mean to me, sadly twerks. Wait, do I have a twerk? I think I have a twerk thing.
A twerk?
Yeah, I think my thing can twerk. Where's my emotes?
You can twerk?
I think I can twerk, yeah. Hang on. I'm pretty sure I have emotes for that.
Remember what you said when Advent's group song came out?
Yeah. Hang on.
You said Rise with Council's group song, your emotional growth.
Wait.
Oh! Oh my god!
Wait. Wait.
Oh, I saw that.
Okay. I think I have a twerk. Oh, I can twerk.
Yeah, twerk to daydream. You draw.
Lucky twerk to daydream cover when fuck. I can't, dude. I can't fucking sing. Wait.
Ricky.
Okay, wait.
That is how you resist. Just go in front of him and twerk. Even better.
I forgot I completely have this. Hi. Yo, throw that back. Oh my god, I'm gonna throw it back so hard. You ready?
God.
So get down low, baby. It's so fucking goofy.
This is unsafe, so avert
I-
your eyes.
I apologize. The Macarena is so dumb.
Rise.
Oh, I don't have a tongue out. That's bullshit.
Season is lost. Ah. Your perm's lost.
Oh my god, I can have this? I can have this while reading? Fuck. I'm just... It looks so stupid. Look at it. What the fuck is a nut bush? Huh? Hello?
When does it sound very sus?
I know, right?
Mari. The station, Mari?
Okay. I'm done. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm done.
Nuts come from the bushes.
What the fuck is a nut bush? Nuts come from... Is that an Australian is that a thing?
From down under.
I'm from down under. Under.
Under. My English. Oh my god. Under.
Oh,
But what
what's going on?
Stop busting your moves,
Oh my
Rocky.
god. I'm busting something, alright? Okay, I'm done. I'm fucking done. What thing?
Dad. And I call you my dad.
It's such a dad
Why you
thing.
like this?
I don't know. Fuck, it's so hot. Seriously. I've died Lucky Slate too much. Exact. Thank you. Says a perm's lost. Have to play Uncensored Trouble Days. Oh my god, should we play Trouble Days? Oh my god, should I?
Dear God.
I think I should. I think I will. I think I will now. Oh fuck.
Do it already. You're already going to do a fanfic stream.
Oh yeah, that's true. By the way, fanfic
Yeah.
reading tomorrow. A lot of them are NSFW, so if you're a minor, you're blocked. You need to Google
I'm
it.
gonna-
It's like a dance. Learned when we were
Laugh.
younger. I mean, Mari, I wasn't born in like the year 200, so I'm sorry. But let me Nutbush. Nutbush dance. The fuck is a nutbush?
Not bush.
That's a can. That's a can, bro.
Now I'm more curious. Not broad. It shows me something else.
Dude, this dance is what I used to do in training for Taekwondo. What the fuck? What works and stuff? It's you get so. Oh my god! Did you try to these nuts me, Rice Man? Blocked. No kidding. Okay, it's not Ken Kim, but it's something. It's familiar. It's familiar to me.
Is it
Oh
like
my god, Nanashi
what
Mume
you
just
do?
like my tweet, JK.
during Zumba?
Zumba. Oh my god, okay. Shall we get back to the game or are we... Aussie slang reminds me of when I first waltzing Matilda. What the fuck is waltzing Matilda? Is that a show?
What? Why do you guys know a lot of slangs? I'm too young for this.
Shut up, Dop.
What?
Yeah.
You're older than me.
I'm older than everybody. Let's be honest.
My dad.
Yeah, I'm like 40 years old. I'm sorry. I'm not
Yeah.
down with the kids. Okay.
Alright.
Shall we start again? My childhood. What is waltzing Matilda? Hang on. I've not even seen Matilda. Whoa.
The movie?
Yeah.
Oh.
Waltzing Matilda. Slim Dusty. Is that the Australian version of Slim Shady? I'm sorry, that was a nerdy joke. I was like, why can't I hear it? I have it muted. Fuck. Old man
The
Lucky's
most
gonna tell me about the good old days. Apparently I'm not old
Oh.
enough.
How was the economy back then?
Oh, the economy back then? So you know those, you know the small Cloud9s?
Nah.
Or the lumpia ones? Or, the meringue candies? No, the
I don't
McMix?
know.
The McMix?
Yeah.
You can buy 1 peso of McMick for 4. Now you can only buy 1 McMick for piso.
Wow.
Yes. Yes, that's true. You can buy 4 McMix for 1 peso when I was a kid. Now you can only buy 1 for 1 peso.
Oh, back in the days, you can choke
Back in
on
the
it
day,
like 4
yeah.
times. That choking hazard.
Yeah. You know the How much do they sell that for now? There are snacks that are still being sold at 1 peso right now, but they're so small they're not even worth it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's bad. It's bad. It sound like Millie. Millie is my Oshi. I would like to be as half as funny as Millie. That's like a goal. I want to be as funny or even just half as funny as Millie, and I'll be sorted
You're
out for
single.
life.
You're halfway there.
Someone clip this and send this to fucking Millie. We're gonna get the most malutong putang ina mo na nanahimik ako dito tweet. I can't wait. I can't wait. We should fight the economy. Yeah. We've been trying. But economy has hands. It's got hands, man.
Everything has hands.
Yeah. Parang siya may hands nga. Di ka naman niya hawakan.
Give me a home amongst the gum trees.
Let me take out my boxing gloves. Yeah. Okay, let's return back. We've been derailed. We've been derailed enough. Okay. I'm still within the area that I've visited before, so I'll be able to use the mountain as a landmark to find my way back. You can't hear the fan, right? It's still okay? I think
Yeah.
you can't. Yeah, that's fine. I hum to myself as I turn back, head abuzz with pleasant thoughts. If I give Juliet my person's name, I'm sure she can help me track them down. That's what she specializes in after. And I'm sure Aspen will want to hear about their life too. She loves stories, and I'm sure Zhongin will have a ton. I'm not sure how they'll feel about seeing me again. I doubt they ever expected it to happen. They'll definitely be surprised that I'm not just a fox they met back then, but a person now. I have a feeling they'll at least be glad as I am. I may be halfway home before I realize that I'm not alone. The prickling sensation on the back of my neck is unmistakable. My instincts are telling me that someone else is nearby. I'm still near the mountain, but it's practically empty here. I can hear the sounds of other people in the distance, but they're all hidden by the trees and hills. I whip my head back and forth, but I try as I might, I can't work out where they are. It's a strange and disconcerting feeling given how easily I can pick up even the smallest animals. Then from the corner of my eye, I spot a bush slightly shuffling. Just as I turn to take a proper look, the silver fox I saw the other day steps out of it.
Oh, it's just you.
Juliet finna find her IP address. I don't think she's that much of a technologically advanced. I start to bend down and reach out a hand, like I would a pet dog. I would to pet a dog, but hesitate. I know from experience that a fox wouldn't respond to that. I'm surprised she hasn't run away already. That's what I would have done. She stares at me without the slightest movement, her eyes locked on mine. My heart jumps as the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something's off. Then, without taking her eyes off me, she starts to transform. But I barely have the time to be shocked, as her arms and legs get longer, and fur retracts, head shrinking and changing into something more human-like. For the first time in my life, I'm face to face with another Gumio. My throat tightens and goes dry. My vision narrows and my ears start ringing in shock. It's as if all the world has fallen away, except for me and her. The silver and black clothes she's wearing seem to shimmer in the moonlight, like the skin of a snake waiting to strike. Hanging loosely on her frame, the wrapped fabrics around her body and face make her appear almost formless. Her only accessory is a bracelet around her wrist. It's a plain leather band, but a shining white bead is held in the middle by another loop of leather. I recognize that bead. I have one just like it. Well, almost like it. Whereas mine is a duller milky color, hers is so bright that it almost hurts to look at. The soft blue glow around it reminds me of the full moon. It's almost like she stepped out of a painting I just saw at the museum. A shawl covers most of her face, but her hair and eyes are still visible. Those intense eyes. Her gaze reminds me of steel. While they're the same shape as mine, they're sharper, angrier, crueler. She haughtily tosses her long, flowing hair back as she takes a step towards me. I skip back, keeping the distance between us. When I lived in the forest, I knew to flee when I met a predator stronger than I was. Better to get away alive than risk my life for pride. My survival instincts tells me that this one is one of those times. The other Gumiho laughs, but there's no humor in it. Sharp and hollow. It only makes me more uneasy. OMG, women?
So, the human pet still knows.
I love women. Sorry. Excuse
Woman.
me.
The human what? Pet. I've been watching you for a while. Ever since you came to this place, actually.
Women.
Watched you demean and domesticate yourself for the sake of humans. It's pathetic.
I'm pathetic. Oh my god, me? Wait, women are real? Yes. Oh, okay, Angie. Thank you for dropping by.
Bye.
See you next time.
See ya.
Bad boss. Also, women. We like women.
When you first arrived, I was hopeful that we might be alike. Optimistic, even. I was a fool.
She's holding hands with me. You fucking wish, bro. She's holding my hand.
Why?
I
You already
see
have
you now for what you
Aspen.
are. Nothing better than a dog. Begging for its master's affection and table
What the hell?
scraps.
Dop, why did you say that? Bad.
I
Are
said
not
nothing.
the same. We are nothing
Mm.
alike.
Mm.
It's so funny. We are nothing alike. That's funny
It's
to me.
okay, girl. Opposites attract. Sorry.
Her words.
Thoughts.
No
You're
thoughts had
sleeping.
anything. Oh my god. Oh my
I have
god.
none.
Oh my god, women. Oh my god, women. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna drink. It's so fucking goofy on stream. My first instinct is to run away as usual. Something stops me though. I'm entranced. The novelty of this experience of finally meeting another Gumiho keeps me rooted in place despite my fear. No matter what she's like, this is the closest I've ever been to someone like me. I swallow the lump in my throat and hope that my voice doesn't shake as much as I think it will.
So what? Did you ambush me just to say that? Ambush? You should have known weeks ago that I was following you. But I repeat myself. You've numbed yourself to your instincts and your potential. I saw you in that place of memories. Saw you gaze upon the portrait of one of our sisters. I hope that you would open your eyes, as you haven't before.
Oh man, screw that. That is me.
It pains me to see your existence do disservice to our very kind. Now that you have seen what you could and should be, perhaps you can still change yourself, dog.
Ooh.
Sharpen your teeth and claws once more. These creatures that you bind yourself to, those human and those not, they are but shackles, slowly squeezing away at which is wild and free in you. Do not mistake my words for sympathy or pity. I would see you gone from this place. But so long as you remain, your presence is an eyesore. It pains me to witness.
There's so much hate in the way she read that line. They read that line. There's just so much venom and bitter. Just like you can feel it.
I can fix it.
I can fix it. No, stop.
Thus, I will do what I must to cure it, as unpleasant a task as it may be.
Do
You will never be one of them, no matter how much you might crave it. Better to embrace what you are and can be. Anything else is a waste.
I can make
of your
her.
abilities.
No, can you not? No. She studies me for a moment longer, and then she turns away. I feel like I should say something, but I can't find the words. Whether from shock or fear, I'm too dazed to so much as stammer out a denial. Her clothes melt away into silver fur as she transforms back into a fox. I reach out to stop her, but she fleets off and disappears into the darkness without a moment's hesitation. The world around me rushes back in, my skin suddenly feeling cold in the night air. The rush of emotions going through my head evaporates, and the adrenaline that was running through me ebbs away. I'm left standing there, alone. Closing my eyes, I muster the strength that I have tapped into in weeks. My bead warms itself as I transform, my body following the same motions as the other gumihos. I try to start chasing her, but my first steps on four legs are shaky. I've grown unfamiliar with this form, almost stumbling over just trying to move. Maybe there's a bit of truth in what she said. I take a few more steps towards the brush, but soon give up. Even if I caught up with her, what would I say? What would I do? I'd only make a fool of myself. There's a scent on the wind that I couldn't notice as a human, but it's unmissable as a fox. I recognize it immediately, from a long time ago, on one of my first mornings here. When I first woke up from my den near the mountain and stepped outside, I knew someone had been there. It was her. She really was following me from the beginning. For a long moment, I watched the place where she disappeared, then I transformed back. I don't really feel like a fox right now. I don't know what I'm feeling. Some of what she said is true. I haven't used any of my talents in a long, long time. My clumsiness when I'm in my fox form, my own original body, is a reminder of that. As for degrading myself for the sake of others, it doesn't feel true. I've spent my entire life living free, and for only myself. It's always been my choice to remain here and not to be forgotten. So why do her words sting so much? If I was totally confident in my decision, then they shouldn't bother me, right? Maybe I've gotten more of myself than I know. The painting at the museum and the other gumiho herself both prove that there's something different about me. Something that must come easily to everyone else. The same way all the aspects of daily life at home don't come easily to me either. I feel disconnected, torn between two worlds that I barely know. Can't help feeling drawn to. Where do I fit in? Where do I belong? I know what Juliet and Aspen would say. Does that make it true? Their home hasn't been my home for long. I've been a thief and a liar so much longer than I've been whatever I am now. Without anything else to gain out here, I slowly start to make my way back home again. The excitement I felt about telling Juliet and Aspen everything I found at the museum has vanished. I'll have to wait for another time. After a quiet walk through the empty streets to the library, I quietly slink inside, trying to keep Juliet from noticing. Just don't feel like I'm talking right now. It seems to work. I can hear her bustling around somewhere, but she doesn't call out to me when I come in. Without a word, I ascended to the stairs to my room as quickly and quietly as I can and climb under the covers. It's too far early to go to bed. I don't know what else to do. If I'm awake, my thoughts will only be a bother. Better to sleep it off and hope that I feel better in the morning. Aww, mijo. belong in Aspen's arms, yeah. But in this playthrough, it will belong to Juliet. See how that goes. Yesterday's events, both the good and bad, linger in my mind while I perform my usual routine of tossing and turning in bed before I get up. Now that the shock's worn off, I feel a little better about what's happened. I wonder if I'll have forgotten all about the other Gumiho by the end of the day. In fact, now that I think about it, it's possible I had met other Gumiho before and just forgot about them. Everyone forgets meeting me, so maybe it works in reverse too. Rather than dwell on the idea, I chose to ignore it. There's no way to know. I would just drive myself crazy wondering. Instead, I keep myself busy by making myself more presentable for work. Look at her without her jacket. Heading into the bathroom, I clean myself up using the soaps and shampoos given to me by Juliet. She's helped me so much ever since I started working here. Looking into the mirror for one final check before I head downstairs for breakfast, I can't help but think of what the other Gumiho said. How I've domesticated myself. Crazy. I was crazy once. They put me in a rubber room. My spotless face looks back at me. Oh, wish. Framed by fluffy and pampered hair. Can't deny that I've let myself be spoiled by others, content to just go along for the ride.
Snap out of it, Miho.
No. I lightly pat my face, like I've seen Aspen do sometimes when she's getting ready to start her own job. I love Aspen, dude. I'm not sure what's supposed to accomplish, but it makes me feel a bit more confident. Heading downstairs, I'm treated to the familiar scent of fresh cut fruit and frying eggs, as well as the pleasant sound of Aspen and Juliet chatting about books. When I enter the kitchen, I'm greeted with two smiles.
Morning, Miho.
Good morning.
Good morning. Breakfast will be ready soon.
Aspen!
Cool.
I slide into my usual spot at the table and grab some apple slices, munching on those while waiting for the other two to go back to their conversation. Instead, both of them look at me expectantly.
So, how'd it go?
The museum?
Of course. What else?
Was everything alright? When I didn't hear from you last night, I was fearing the worst.
Oh, nah. It was fine. They even had what I was looking for. There were some more scrolls by my person.
There's a loud clutter as Aspen drops her fork in surprise. Even Juliet's eyes go wide with a genuine shock.
There were?
It's like they were expecting for the trip to be like a null.
Are you sure it was them?
Yep, definitely. I'd recognize that style anywhere. I learned a lot about them. Their name is Tony, and they're a scholar. I don't know what they study though. The museum person didn't say.
For a long moment, there's silence. Other than the sound of eggs sizzling in the pan, both my friends just stare at me, dumbstruck.
What are those looks for?
You seem awfully calm. I assumed you must not have found anything, or you'd have been back immediately.
Yeah, well, there was some other stuff that happened too. I'll tell you about it some other time.
It's tempting to tell them about the Gumiho, only because I know they'd reassure me about everything she said. But that's why I can't tell them. Not yet. In a way, I'd just be proving her right.
Well, alright.
We'll be here whenever you need us.
Thanks. Is breakfast ready?
Yes, just now. Here you go.
Honestly, I felt Miho there, like, not just because she's gonna prove a point to the other Gumiho about being domesticated, but it's sometimes there is this stubborn thing inside of me that I don't need someone to validate what they said. I kind of want to reflect on what they say. So sometimes I don't even tell my closest friends. And that was my issue before. That's why I feel like I was learning it the wrong way. I'm trying to defend what I did because that's the only thing I know. But if I had asked somebody and kind of like given me an outside perspective of what I'd done, I probably would have learned what I could have done differently. So the point is, tell someone if it's bothering you a lot. The rule is, if you sleep on it and you forget about it, then it's not that important. But if it's something that you keep thinking about before you go to sleep and when you get up, then it's something that you might need to consult with somebody. Even just like your closest friend or anybody that you trust, just to get that little perspective of that. And it will help. It'll help. Learn that the hard way, homies. Anyway. That's from Uncle Lucky. It's a little tip. I nearly called myself a different name. Jesus, I nearly doxed myself. Juliet fills her plates and takes her seat, and we all dig in. It's a quieter meal than usual, with only the sounds of chewing and silverware scraping against dishes. I thought you were a dad. Well, Uncle... I was gonna say Uncle Dad. Fucking Calliope Mori over here. Yeah, I mean... Wait, I need to save... I'm gonna piss off Dop again.
Not in the bottom.
Yeah, Uncle Dad like Callie. I feel like Aspen and Juliet are having a conversation in their silence. Of course, they expected more from me, and expect more from me too. And right after leaving the museum, I was excited. I'm still excited, of course, just been tempered a little bit. Still plan to ask Aspen and Juliet to help me get in touch with Jongin, but I want to wait until I can do it with a clear head. I feel like I'm making a fatherless joke right now. Go on. As long as it's not that rude. I'm waiting. Once everyone finished eating, I gather up the dirty dishes and take them to the sink. While Juliet washes the pans and Aspen wipes down the tables, another routine morning.
I'll see you two later. Thanks for breakfast.
You know what? You're not... Funnily enough, you're not the only person who have said that around me. The entire Yeepy cult server calls me dad.
Yeah.
And say the same
He's a
fucking
dad.
thing. So you're not the only one. Honestly, I'm old enough. If I had not been the way that I am right now, I probably have a 3-year-old kid by now. Legit. Actually, I have a 7-year-old, but anyway. What? The entire server is father. Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yes, they are all fatherless. So sorry. Oh my god. Duff is not looking at the stream, so she wouldn't have known what I did and why I laughed.
What have you done?
I
What?
don't know. You're not gonna see it. You're gonna see it
I
on the
missed
VOD.
it. No.
Yeah, you're gonna see it on the VOD, dude. The stream keeps loading? What? Is everything okay? It's okay on my side. What the heck? Oh, come on. Because my internet has been stupid. Also, I'm 13% shit. On my phone, anyway. Sorry, I think we're okay still. Is the stream okay now? Oh shit, hang on. Did I disappear? No, I think I'm still here. Hello? Yeah, I think I'm still here. God, I hope it's not being stupid. Am I still on Discord? Dup?
You are still in Discord.
I'm still on Discord, so you can see the game stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. The stream is okay for me. so far. Okay, let's start this again.
My pleasure, as always.
Gay ass, gay ass, gay ass.
Bye!
When are Juliet and I gonna kiss? With that, Aspen politely takes her leave and heads out the door. Juliet and I then go into the library ready to start the day, or end it in her kiss. I head to my spot behind the front desk and begin getting ready. The checkout sheets, my pens, my pencils, my study material, and so on.
Are you all set, Miho?
Yep, I've got everything I need.
Wonderful. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Have a good day.
God, just kiss! Like, what's happening here?
You too. Sleep well.
From the way Juliet lingers halfway between me and the stairs, I can tell she wants to ask or say something else. She thinks better of it and simply giving me a smile before heading up to her room. Just kiss! Like, the tension is killing me. I whistle while I throw open the curtains and unlock the door. By the time I've returned to the counter, ready for the first patron to arrive, I even manage a light melody. I've been practicing my whistling lately, as a way to spend time well alone. Aspen tried to show me how, but she's not very good at it either. I'm pretty sure I'm already better than she is. The sound of it reminds me of the birds back in my home forest. Before long, patrons start to arrive, and I soon have a list of things to do. Books to check in and out, books to return, books to search for. Keeps me good and busy. The hours pass by in blissful normalness, and I don't have a single thing to complain about. Okay, where do you want to go, Dop? Do you want to go the bay, waterfront, the garden, the bell house? Where do you want to go?
Ooh, let's go to the bay.
Just go to the bay. Go to the
The
bay, eh?
Hakus Bay.
I knew it, you dick. Right? The tension was probably everything would have been solved if they had just kissed, like on the lips. I've seen people picnic on the on the beach on the beach before. I got a little bit
wow.
curious and wanted to try it myself. MG Bay? Hako's Bells? Today's solo picnic consists of a pre-packaged peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That's ironic. A small bag of chips and a juice pouch. Not bad for a girl with limited pocket space and only 2 hands. Oh my god, she admitted that she has 2 hands. I hunker down in the sand to eat my meal, enjoying the ambience of the ocean quite a bit. Is it just me? Or is it way tastier than usual? Is this the magic of eating on the beach? What could it be? Is it the salty air? Does the salt make everything taste better? I have to remember this. More salt on my food. Yum. Oh my gosh, she's so precious. Oh my god, I love you. Oh, it's gonna start. Oh, Dop, I just want you to brace yourself.
What's gonna happen? Oh no.
You're gonna see the best thing.
Ooh.
Okay, everyone, drink your water, because we're not gonna stop. Okay, ready?
Do this.
Okay.
I'm ready.
It's a rainy Thursday morning, and the library is as dead as I've ever seen it. Even Aspen didn't come by this morning, simply because she didn't want to get soaked. Maybe. We'll see each other later instead. Oh, would ya? The only patrons here are the ones who don't mind the weather. So I have to make sure that they don't drip on any books. Before she went to bed for the day, Juliet left a bundle of towels near the door for anyone who needs it. At least it makes my work easier and the slow day means I have extra time to study. I'm able to remember most of the letters by now, and even read a few words. I haven't told Juliet or Aspen about my progress because I want to surprise them with it later. After an hour or so, I set aside my pencil and gaze out the window, with my chin resting on my palm.
Huh. It stopped.
It's still cloudy outside, but the worst of the rain seems to be over. I get up and walk to the window, looking around at the soggy view. I leap backwards in surprise as something suddenly splats against the glass in front of me.
Whoa!
At first, it looks like a puddle of water that's stuck into the window, but when it's then it starts to wiggle. The stream start loading? What? Is the stream okay still, or do I need to do something? Dop, are you on stream?
Yeah, I am.
Is it loading, or is it okay?
Right now,
Uh-huh.
it's not.
It's not, right? Oh my
Oh,
god, it's only the
just
C.
did.
Like, it's only
Oh, it
seems
did
like
again.
Mari and Riceman.
Oh, again.
Is it on and off? Shit.
Yeah.
Okay, let me... Oh shit. Okay, let me lower down. Can I even lower it down while I'm streaming, or does that yeah, I think the thingy is as well. Right, let me put down the bitrate a bit. Hope it doesn't fucking kapoots stream. I'll put it down to 8,000 maybe. Should go. Hopefully, that's okay. I put it down now to 8,000, so hopefully that should fix it. Let me know if it's still a bit weird. You have the privilege, Dop, because you can see it on the share screen of Discord. Okay. Is everything okay still? I'll start again. Okay. Staring confusion as a pitiful looking face forms in the middle, then frowns at me. Suddenly it hits me what I'm looking at. This must be a water elemental. I've never seen one for myself before now. They usually hang out in rivers or lakes. I've heard they'll sometimes come out onto dry land when it's rainy. So funky? Like, how bad is it? Like, how bad funky?
Stop.
It stopped completely?
Nah, it goes on and off.
Oh my
Continuously.
fucking lord. Okay, let's put it down again. It's gonna be ass for a little bit, but then I'll put it down to 6,000.
I'm like on 240p. It's still lagging when I look it up.
Okay, might be a C issue then. Because user the name is not having an issue, and I know they're not from C.
Oh, C issue.
Yeah, it could be a C issue.
Damn.
I thought my C ass had an upper hand. Never. So is it user, is yours okay in terms of the stream? Okay, I want to charge my phone first because it's dying. Yeah, I'm on 12% on my phone. BRB, wait. Yeah, no, I think it might have been the C issue. Hang on. I'll just charge my phone very quickly. Oh fuck, I thought I unplugged my PC. Ow, you boy. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Is it still having an issue with the C people right now? Or is it back to normal? Yeah, in Europe, it's fine. But my thing's fine. Everything okay?
Hmm.
I'll start anyway. I'll see if
it'll
tank
get
dry
better.
up.
Yeah. Just like a fire elemental can die in its if its flames go out, a water elemental like this could be in trouble if it doesn't stay wet. And the weather might still be damp, but the sun is starting to poke through the clouds. I think there's still an issue. I think you have to just go on. No, I'm so sorry. I'll put back the frame rates to back to 10,000 and just hopefully it'll get better in the next 5 minutes. CY, come on. It should be good. We're on the good stuff now. Okay.
Okay. Wait right there. I'll go find something.
Shit. Goddamn rice man after for that fucking throat. I don't know if it can understand me or even hear me at all, but I wave at the window to hold up one finger to try and show I'll be right back. After a quick peek to make sure that no patrons are waiting, I hurry to the kitchen and dig through the cabinets, hoping to find a pot or something that's big enough. She's just a hater, yeah. The biggest one Juliet has is the one that she uses to make pasta, and that even might be too small. Plus, I'm not sure she'd want to taste the water elemental to be there every time she tries to make spaghetti.
Where else?
I could just wake Juliet up and ask her, but I should really try to solve this myself before bothering her. Instead, I start hunting through the other rooms for something that might help. There's nothing in the bathroom, nor the library area. When I check the dining room for a second time, however, I notice a big bowl on top of a shelf that I hadn't seen before.
Perfect.
I have to stand on one of the chairs to reach it, but I grab the bowl and fill it half full with tap water before hurrying back to the window. The elemental is still stuck there, like a very sad bumper sticker. My face whenever I see on it. It already looks a little smaller, but it ripples with excitement when it sees me, the frown shifting into a watery smile. I head out the front door and skip around the window, squelching through the wet grass as I go.
Here you go. Come on.
Holding the bowl up to the window, I gently brush the elemental in. To my surprise, it doesn't feel like touching regular water. Instead, it's thicker, a bit sticky, like jelly, or something else. The elemental starts to slide into the bowl and bubbles, which I hope is a good sign. It doesn't mix with water and the bowl, but instead it kind of hovers, with water both above and below it. When it gets itself fully into the bowl, it almost fills it up. The water sloshes over the edge and onto my hands, leaving the bowl almost dry, except for the elemental itself. The bubbles stop, and an uncertain looking peers at me from the bottom.
Alright. Let's get you inside and figure something else out.
I hold the bowl as steady as I can, and try not to spill any more as I go back into the library. Just like the guests at the library, I have to make sure not to get any of the books wet. There's an empty side table near one of the reading chairs, so I set the bowl down there. The elemental seems fine for now, but it looks worried again. It reminds me a lot of Aspen.
I'm not sure what else to try.
Everything is about Aspen with this girl, huh? I like that for her. I rack my brain to try and think of something I might have missed in the bathroom or kitchen.
Wait! That bathroom! That's it!
Kneeling down in front of the bowl, I try to reassure the elemental, which is doing its best to stay absolutely still and not slosh.
Okay, don't go anywhere. If you even can.
How's the stream now? Is it still laggy? Still debuffed? Still a bit debuffed? Hope it's okay now. Okay. Running to the bathroom, I plug up the bath and set the faucet to max.
This ought to work for a bit.
Leaving the water running, I go back and retrieve the bowl elemental. This time, and I end up spilling more water, but luckily, it only hits the ground. The tub is about half full by the time we get back, which should be perfect. I turn off the faucet and carefully pour the elemental in.
How's that?
The stream of excited bubbles.
Cool. Sit tight, and I'll find something we can use to get you back to the river.
More bubbles. Bubbles! Quickly, but not as big of a rush as before, I go to resume my search on the second floor. Because this place is so big, there are so few rooms that I've never seen. I'm pretty sure Juliet wouldn't mind me going in, since I'm trying to help someone out. The first room that I try is a closet, filled with towels and bed sheets and laundry stuff. The room after that is locked.
That's weird.
I try the knob again, in case it was just stuck.
Nope, definitely locked.
I wonder what's in there. I've never paid much attention to that door before, since it's so far from my room. I drop to all fours to try and see under the door, but it's too narrow to see anything. Another nearby door isn't locked, and even better, is in a closet. Aside from the doorway, which isn't particularly bright, it's pitch black when I step inside. I flick on the light switch, but the bulb fizzles and dies right away. It only takes a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, and what had first just been dark smudges turned out to be a bunch of boxes and assorted junk. Storage room. Okay, that's good to know. Less worse at least. The whole place is covered in dust. I guess Juliet doesn't come in here either. Peeking into one of the boxes, it's filled with old kids' toys, like dolls and stuffed animals. Another one has some folded up clothes. Just I'm about to give up and try another room. A half-covered object in the corner catches my eye. A heavy blanket is draped over the glass box, which is full of more random junk. I haul it all out and remove the blanket, smiling at my find. It's a big fish tank, just like the ones I saw at the museum.
Score!
After turning it over to shake out as much dust of the dust and debris as I can, I triumphantly take the tank to the kitchen sink to rinse out before hauling it to the bathroom.
Look what I found!
When I set the tank on the edge of the tub, the elemental floats up to the top of the bath and ripples. It takes some maneuvering to hold the tank under the faucet, but eventually I am able to figure it out and fill it up. Then I use the bowl from before to scoop up the elemental and dump it into the tank.
Perfect, right?
More ripples and bubbles.
Okay, let's get you to the river.
I wrap my arms around the fish tank and lift. And nearly tear my arms off.
That's heavy.
Baby. I didn't notice when I was getting the tank set up, but with all the water in it, it weighs a ton. It's way too heavy for me to carry to the front door, much less all the way to the river.
This could be a problem.
It had seemed so perfect, so lucky. Even after dumping out some of the water, I still cannot carry it. Sitting down on the tile floor, I sigh. The elemental floats dejectedly.
Miho? What's going on? I heard the sinks and bathtub running.
OMG, Lucky mentioned. Juliet is standing in the doorway as I look up, wearing a look of concern on her face.
Hey! It was raining earlier, right? Well, there was this water elemental in the window. I tried to bring it inside so it wouldn't dry up while I worked out how to get it back to the river, but now I can't carry this huge fish tank that I found.
A fish tank? Where'd that come from?
It was in one of the storage rooms, along with a bunch of kids' stuff. I'm guessing they came from the library's children's section.
Juliet purses her lips, and I feel my heartbeats start to quicken like it always does when I'm in trouble.
Sorry if you didn't want me to go in there. I didn't know what that room was or what I was even looking for until I found the tank. I didn't look inside the locked room, though.
Juliet frown deepens. It doesn't look like she's angry, more like she's sad.
No need to apologize. You've done nothing wrong. Although...
I wait for her to finish her sentence, but it doesn't happen.
Although...
Never mind. It's nothing. Let's focus on helping our friend here first.
She reaches into the tank and scoops a handful of water before dripping back into the floating elemental. The creature seems to enjoy it as far as I can tell.
Any ideas?
An idea comes to mind after you mentioned that storage room. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I sit back and relax as Juliet departs. I'm glad she didn't get upset after all. Something was definitely bugging her. I wonder what it was. After a couple of minutes, I pick up the sound of something rolling down the stairs. I stand up and poke my head out the door and spot Juliet, pulling a red wagon behind her. It has rope handle and it isn't very large. It should have more than enough space for the tank.
Whoa, you're a genius!
Oh my god, I love her genius screaming. With a smile, Juliet parks the wagon next to the bathtub.
As I said, you were the one who gave me the idea. Would you mind helping me lift it onto the wagon?
Sure.
We each take one end and carefully move the tank. Juliet also brought a number of tight straps to help keep it in place. Once it's all set up, the elemental is safe and secure. I kneel down to get face level with the glass.
How do you like that?
Gosh, she's so precious. This time the elemental shifts into the biggest grin I've seen.
Looks like we
But the light kind of makes me stream a little unwatchable, so I'll just like, no, that's absolutely fine. Ah, shit. It's getting to the spicy stuff as well. User, how is it on your side? On EU, it's still okay. Wait, let me check on Twitter if it's like ridiculous. Can you find out? Still working for you? Okay, cool. I think it is just a C thing. YouTube service lag detector. Okay, oops. There's a video streaming. Yeah, it must be super bad for me. I'm so sorry. Is it down right now? It's okay for me. Apparently it's okay. Oh, in Germany it's slow. India it's slow. US it's slow. Yeah, there seems to be some downtime. Yeah, it's saying there is. Oh shit. Come on. Yeah, there's some outage on YouTube at the moment. I think they're just trying to... Yeah, there was an outage like a half an hour ago for me. I think that's why the stream was a little bit funky. Dop, are you still okay? I'll still continue for you because you can see it from there.
Oh, yeah.
And I think the rest will just have to be VODed if you want to VOD it. But that's fine if you want to lurk. I'm happy with that. I'm just glad that you guys are here and, you know, listening to me ramble on whatever the fuck I have to say.
Wonderful. If I watch the library, would you mind taking it back home? You're welcome to borrow an umbrella.
No problem. Be back soon.
Taking a towel and umbrella for myself from the front door, I'll lead the elemental outside and onto the path. It's cloudy out, more gray than blue. At least it's not raining. Right now, I still don't want to waste any time.
Is anywhere in the river okay?
The elemental bobs up and down.
I know just the place then.
The muddy path slows down the wagon a bit, but isn't too bad. When we go downhill, I have to be careful not to let it get out of control. But other than that, it's pretty easy. From the bottom of the hill, it's not too far from the spot that I had in mind. I noticed a small abandoned ramp into the river on way back when I was still living in the woods. It wasn't useful for me then.
Don't know why anyone built this place, but it sure worked out for me.
Kneeling near the bottom of the ramp, I wrapped the wagon's rope around my wrist to keep it from rolling away, then undo the straps on the tank. With both hands, I gently tilt the tank onto its side. The water and the elemental spill out, flowing down the dirty concrete and into the river. The water begins to churn immediately, bubbling as if something huge is coming to the surface. A rushing sound echoes about the empty area, before a torrent of water suddenly shoots upwards like a fountain, arching clear over me. As I look up, I see the elemental shimmering within the water, catching the light from the sun. For one brief moment, the most beautiful, vivid rainbow I've ever seen hovers before me, so close that I could touch it. Then the water and elemental crash back into the river, and everything goes still. I smile, certain that I understand.
You're welcome.
Bless. Okay, Dopdop, do you want to do the fishing dad or the divorced kid? I mean, the divorced parents of a kid.
Let's
Which
do
one?
dad.
That's the dad? Okay. we'll
Fishing
do
dad.
that. Fishing dad. Oh my god, my game. I thought it crashed. Hang on. Let me save first before I fucking crash. Hi, Dop.
Not on the bottom.
I decided to give fishing another try. Last time wasn't very successful, but maybe I'll have more luck today. When I get to the fishing spot, I see familiar faces. Mr. Kim is there, of course, dancing around between the students. This time he notices me right away.
Hello, miss. Is that a new face I spy?
Yep. I wanted to do some fishing today.
God, she's so precious.
That's the kind of attitude I like to see. Let's get you started.
I take a spot on the pier while he brings me the same equipment as last time.
All right, let's start with the basics. Do you know how to set up your
I love
line?
fishing too. It's one of the most therapeutic thing actually.
I think so.
My uncle used to teach me, and when I caught fish, it was like the most exhilarating thing. It's so good. It didn't seem that difficult last time, but when I tried to recreate what I did before, I ended up getting a little confused.
Okay, so put the worm on a string. Oh, wait, no, the hook. The hook goes on the string, and then. Oh, I messed it up.
Oh, cutie. The string has gotten all tangled on itself. No self-respecting fish is going to be interested in that. Miho, I'll be a fish for you. I'll take that. Num 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 num.
Not to worry.
Fucking hell. Not to worry. Hate it. He laughs at his own jokes as he composures and quickly undoes the knot.
Okay, let's try again.
Takes some time, but eventually I'm ready. Fortunately, I remember this next part. I stand like he showed me, hold the rod like he showed me, and let the fly in. Let the fly in? Let the line fly! Jesus! Watch it excitedly as it sails overhead and splashes into the water.
Excellent job. Why, if I didn't know any better, I think I taught you myself.
I just smile in response. With my problem solved, Mr. Kim goes off to assist someone else while I turn my attention back to the sea.
Here, fishy fishy.
Oh, she's so precious. I'm ready. No fish will be getting away from me today. The instant I feel a tug, I'll be reeling it in, just like the other person when I came here before. Just gotta wait. And wait. And wait.
Nothing's
And
biting.
It happens.
Mr. Kim pops up seemingly out of nowhere.
Just give the fish some time. You'd be shy too if someone started offering you a meal out of nowhere.
Well, you got me there. I nod and keep waiting, but I can feel the boredom sinking in. I was willing to give fishing a second chance. If it's just gonna be like this every time, then I probably won't be coming back. Suddenly, I feel the fishing pole jerk in my hands. It takes me by surprise, and I almost let go, but managed to hold on tight.
Oh, I think something's biting.
It's me, Miho. Sorry.
Reel it in! You can do it!
Right, reel it in. To do that, my head is spinning as I try to remember what to do. Meanwhile, the reel is spinning as the fish, my fish, tries to get away. It smacks my hand, jolting my memory.
Oh yeah.
She's so cute. I grab it and start turning it the other way, pulling the rod towards myself as I do. I can feel the fish, still out of sight, struggling against me.
Not today.
All the time I spent waiting has made me extra determined. I plant my feet firmly and keep reeling. Gradually, the line gets tighter and tighter, until finally the fish breaks the water, dangling on the other end.
I did it.
Oh.
You did it!
Oh my god, I'm so proud of you. I bring the fish in, where I can see it more closely. It's not as big as the fish I watched get caught last time, but it's not something tiny either. Just down the pier, someone else is reeling in a catch.
So, what are you gonna do with it?
Huh? What do you mean?
Maybe he's asking how I plan to cook it.
Will you be keeping it or letting it go?
Let it go? I just worked hard to catch it.
Mr. Kim laughs. Behind him, the person who just caught something takes a picture of their prize and then tosses it back into the water.
Why did they do that?
Well, everyone has to eat. That's just part of life, and I love a good fish dinner as much as anyone. But some just enjoy the sport and the struggle, and release the little guy once he's been defeated.
I look at the fish I caught, stale, flapping gently. There's a mark on its mouth that doesn't look natural.
What's that?
I point to it, so Mr. Kim can see. He only has to glance at it.
Looks like it isn't this fellow's first time being caught.
No.
That is a battle scar.
Scar. So he's been caught before, and either got away or was released. It's up to me to decide if his luck runs out or not. Disappear, have a wonderful rest of your stream lobby. Yay! See you later, Mari. Have a good night. Thank you for popping by. Appreciate it.
Bye, Mari.
Sighing, I unhook the fish and then toss it back to the water, where it instantly swims down and out of sight. Is it 10 o'clock for
Be
you?
more careful next time.
Dop?
5 minutes before.
Ah, maybe that's why she has to go. If I was hungry, it'd be a different story, but my belly is full and Juliet just went shopping, so there's plenty of food at home, so I figured I may as well let this one go. Walking up beside me, Mr. Kim looks out to sea. What?
You know,
Oh,
maybe
nothing.
that kindness will come back to you someday. I'm sure the fish appreciates it.
No, the fish. Sorry, just checking some stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how useful it is to have fish owe me a favor, but I know what Mr. Kim means. I hand him back the fishing pole and the box of lures that he gave me.
Done for the day?
Yeah, now that I've gotten to see what it's like.
Well, if you decide to join us again, the fish will be here. And so will I.
Maybe I will too. Thanks for the help.
Of course, of course. The pleasure is all mine. Have a good day, miss.
I wave and head back up to the pier. Nice. All day it's been showering on and off. Raindrops still pattering on the roof even now. At least the frogs outside are comfortable, happily croaking away in the dark night. To stave off the cold, I keep a warm blanket wrapped around me while sitting up and watching TV. I don't really understand all the complicated things the presenter are talking about, but it's interesting to see the reports from all around the world. My ears prick up as I hear someone walking up to the door. A series of 3 knocks gently ringing out against it. Always 3. From Juliet.
Yeah?
I'm making some tea. Would you care to join me? I can make some hot chocolate as well.
Sure. Be right down.
I'm trying to remember if I got this. I don't know if this is something different. A warm drink sounds nice right now. Not wanting to leave my cozy blanket, I decide to hold it tightly around myself and waddle down to the kitchen with it. The stairs prove a little difficult, but I manage. Oh, precious. God, kiss. There are already 2 mugs sitting on the table when I arrive, and the kettle is already steaming. As I take my seat, Juliet pours boiling water into each cup.
You knew what I was gonna say before you even asked me, huh?
I had a feeling, yes.
She pushes my mug across the table, and my hands peek out from the blanket to cradle it. Happy for the warmth, I hold the mug for a while before tasting the steaming hot chocolate inside.
I like the hot chocolate you make even better than the stuff at the Bell House.
Why, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Although I imagine Aspen wouldn't be.
Do you ever go there? Now that I think about it, I'm surprised we've
Okay,
never
this
gone
is
together.
this is part of the canon. Okay,
We
not
haven't?
canon.
Well, why don't we change that sometime then?
What if you drown and need to fish to save you? Exactly! So there is that favor. So Miho, you probably just saved yourself.
Perhaps we can meet Aspen for breakfast there instead. It has been a while since I've stopped by.
Precious DM me.
Sure! I've never gotten any food from there. Only drinks.
You're in for a treat then. They serve delicious pastries and sandwiches. There's a particular one that I know Aspen enjoys. Although
I'm just thinking
I
of a Family Guy
can't
bit.
remember
Oh yeah, the dolphin. I fuck it. That episode annoys the fuck out of me. I love I love the dude that voiced him, but my god, that dolphin! I just want to punch him.
That's okay. I'm sure I'll be fine with anything they have. I can't remember the last time I tried something that I didn't like.
That must come in handy when traveling the world so much, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Can't afford to be picky when you don't know the next time you'll even have options.
Have you found a favorite food? Or type of cuisine that you most enjoy?
Not really. Most of the time I just eat junk food or leftovers. Not really anything fancy.
Understandable. If there's ever a certain dish or meal that you'd like to try, it would be my pleasure to help make that happen. Perhaps we could even learn to cook it here at home, so you could have it any time.
Sure!
Oh my god, that's so domestic. What if they learn how to cook? Like they cook together? Oh my god! Kinikilig ako.
That's so cute though.
Right? I just toss onto the mental pile. Oh, I just toss that to the. Fuck! I toss that onto the mental pile of if there's ever anything that Juliet's offered me. I know she means well, but at this point I can't remember everything that she said about it. The 2 of us continue to chat for a while and recount the full days of events with the elemental to Juliet, wrapping my story up at the point where I came home from the river.
Oops! That reminds me. I never put away the wagon. Let me know where it goes, and I can take it upstairs when I go back to my room.
I'm thinking when Peter gets some pet fish, he says someday you'll save me too. It cuts him to the hospital and fishing. Yes! Yes, I remember that episode. Oh my god, I remember that goldfish episode. Oh my god. Why does Juliet look so handsome, right? Especially without the cape? God, she is hot.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
I feel like she gives good hugs. You know what I mean? Juliet quickly looks away, taking a sponge and busying herself cleaning some loose sugar off the counter. But it's obvious that something is off. I'm not sure what to do. It's so rare that Juliet is the one who seems so uncomfortable. In fact, this is the only time I can only think of. Other than when I first met her, of course, when I sort of tried to steal the painting.
By the way, who does all that stuff belong to? The wagon and the toys, that is. Were they part of the library children's section before or something?
No, they were personal possessions, not part of the library.
Oh, like from when you were a kid. I'm surprised you managed to keep them for that long then.
No. Not my childhood.
Huh?
The sponge stops moving, Juliet's shoulders slumping as she gives up trying to work. Feel a little bad for making her act so oddly.
If you don't want to talk about it, that's totally fine. Sorry. I didn't know it was sensitive. I'm really sorry.
Fuck, I'm becoming a simp. Welcome.
It's fine. You couldn't have known. Besides, perhaps it's only right that you know.
Know what?
She turns back towards me, taking a breath before she continues. Her eyes don't look at me though. They're looking past me.
Do you remember when, several weeks ago, I told you that I met someone who changed my life? Someone who made me want to be a better person?
Yeah.
Well, her name, my daughter's name, is Cosette.
Ta-da! Lore.
Oh,
Lore.
You have a daughter?
she's a mommy.
She's a mom. She has a daughter.
Yes.
Dang.
And she's been the biggest blessing in my many, many years of life.
Can I be
Although
your
she
daughter
was
now?
not of my own flesh and blood, she was my child. I found her on my doorstep one morning, tucked into a basket with a blanket and scarf around her. It was cold that morning. So when I opened my door and saw the silent bundle there,
G mommy.
I feared that she was dead. But she was not. She was so very alive, and despite the cold, so very, very warm. She was barely a year old, if that. Yet she didn't cry. She could have been there all night for all I knew, but she never uttered a sound.
she
I
adopted
brought
me
her
too.
inside, of course,
I
just so
think
she wouldn't freeze. Beyond that, I was panicked and confused.
I think to be
Masha.
honest, if you turn up in front of her library and just like in a basket and going goo goo gaga, I think she would.
I'd never wanted a human child. I didn't even know how to raise one. To this day, I don't know why whoever abandoned her chose my doorstep to leave her on, of all places. But how wonderfully, impossibly lucky I was. Because she didn't cry, I thought she might be mute. But that wasn't the case. She had a great deal to say. And as she got older, she would talk and talk. Every word was like music, a melody to my ears only.
Any messages sent in this chat are of deeply deprived me and they might only be slightly true. We accept you. Also go to bed. It's late. Or it's morning for you.
I felt so fortunate and so unprepared. I suddenly had the life and well-being of another in my own hands. Her future, her everything. It was a responsibility I had never asked for, and likely would have never asked for if my life hadn't changed that day. She grew and grew, from a curious baby to precocious child, then to a confident young lady, and finally to a lovely woman. I couldn't have been more proud as a mother. Every graduation, every breakup, every smile and tear changed my life. As my daughter, of course it would be true to say that I raised her, but it was mutual. She also made me into the person I am today.
Once Juliet finished speaking, I let out a breath I don't remember holding. This is when she said she'd first started speaking. My gaze is still fixed on an empty wall somewhere above my head. It's like when Aspen gets sucked into one of her books, I can tell that Juliet's mind is somewhere else entirely.
The moment that I resolved to raise her, I made a promise to myself and to her. A promise that I would do all in my power to make the world Cosette lived in, grew up in, a better one that I had experienced. That I would show her how to find the beauty and the joy in all things dark and terrible.
Oh my god, you just needed to have that dinner, man. Welcome back. This is the best part now as well. We're moving along.
In a sense, I ceased to exist as a single person. My life was no longer my own. It was tied, forever and always, to another.
So, all those toys and things.
Oh wait,
Yes,
the
the
painting.
treasures and mementos
Is
of
it
another life.
Cosette?
The painting was Gazette, yes.
Oh my god, that's why.
That's why she...
It makes sense now.
Yes.
Of happy days filled with laughter, of scraped knees and tummy aches, of heartbreak and homecomings. I keep them there as not simply a reminder, but a tribute to those times.
Wow. I would have never guessed any of that. I never knew you were a mom.
Her gaze returns to me, the world that we're in now. She gives me a little smile, but it looks fragile.
Well, I suppose it's not something I speak of very often.
Does she live here in Wellington? Could I meet her?
Juliet regards me with a strange look, similar to earlier, with the elemental. It's not that she looks angry, but like she's thinking about something very hard. I stare back, not sure of what else to do or what I might have said wrong. Like always, her expression just softens.
She is in Wellington, yes. A bit of a walk, but not too far. You can go in the morning if you'd like. It's been a little while since I have.
Sure, fine by me. I guess it is getting kind of late for a visit, huh?
It is indeed. Speaking of which, I actually have some business I must tend to myself. Will you be alright on your own, Miho?
Oh, yeah, of course. Don't worry about me.
Have a good night then. See you in the morning.
See you! I'll be ready to go first thing.
As Juliet leaves, I watch her go. Might have just been me, but it seemed like she left in a hurry after saying all that. Maybe she and Cassette had an argument about something. Or maybe she just didn't want me to meet the other people in her life. I'm probably just imagining it. The way she talks about Cassette is so different to the way I've heard Juliet talk about anything or anyone else. I can tell she cares a lot about her. Hopefully, it'll make more sense tomorrow, after I get to meet her. When I finally decide to head up to my room, I take the wagon back first, as promised. I have to pick it up and carry it to get it up the stairs, but fortunately it's not that heavy, even with my blanket bunched up inside. Once I get to the second floor, I put it down and drag it to the rest of the way to the storage room. After pushing the wagon into its empty spot, I take a proper look around now that I know that what this room actually contains. More than just toys, I also spot racks of clothes and stack of books and all kinds of other belongings. The whole room is pretty packed. Slowly making my way back to the door, I carefully maneuver between a rocking horse and a dollhouse, taking care not to step on anything and knock it over. Taking one last peek around before I head to my own room, I get a feeling that there's nothing missing from Cosette's childhood in here. I can't say for sure, but it certainly seemed like Juliet hasn't let anything go. The morning air is fresh and crisp, the plants around us looking healthier for the drink last night. A handful of small puddles here and there are all remains of yesterday's rain, likely to be completely dried up in a few hours. Oh my god, that is so bad. What's bad? OMG, it's a MILF. As I stand by the front door of the library, Juliet walks up beside me and unfolds her parasol, bringing it over her head.
Shall we depart? It's about a 30-minute walk from here, so perhaps we'll take a ride back once we're done.
Yep. Will you be okay in the sun with that?
Yes, it's still early enough that I don't need to worry too much.
Sad.
Right on then.
It's sad. Stepping out in the brilliant morning, I stretch and roll my shoulders. It's a nice day. Not too cold, not too hot. As always, Juliet's steps are measured and even as she walks. Her parasol bobs with each step, making it look like she's wearing a big hat from this angle. I smile to myself at the image as I skip along beside her. Even with protection from the sun, it's rare to see Juliet out in the daytime.
So, I was wondering something. If your daughter lives so close, then why doesn't she come to visit more often? I've been here for a couple months now.
Where's that? Where is it not too hot? In here, actually, it's not that hot. Although she clearly heard me, Juliet doesn't answer. Maybe it's too personal a question, because things are tense between them. I've never seen Juliet not answer one of the questions before, so I don't push it. Juliet remains quiet as we keep walking. That isn't unusual for her, but still feel a little awkward.
Sorry if I shouldn't have asked that.
No, it's alright. You'll see when we get there, though.
Okay.
Dop, tell me if you're still here, okay? This is like the main point.
I'm here.
Okay,
I am
cool.
here.
We head in a direction that I haven't explored before. We're in the same area as the gardens, but not quite the same spot. A massive green hill watches over us from one side, while trees blanket the other. After crossing a small bridge that runs over the highway, we reach another beautiful area. The concrete path we walk along is lined with bushes and flowers, and the occasional decorative lamps. There are a few houses peeking through the trees which ring the area, but most of the field is still covered in nature.
Whoa. Are we getting close?
Yes, we're very nearly there. This is Bolton Street Park.
Without wage, I'm still sweating. Well, the Philippines is like just different kind of
Pretty lucky
hell.
to live in a place like
So-
this, huh?
It's pretty lucky to live.
Even as a child, Cosette had an affinity for the woods and trees.
I get that. I'll bet you would love to be able to turn into a bat or a fox.
I'm taken off guard by Juliet letting out a great laugh. I don't think I've ever seen her like this. A little giggle, or rarely a chuckle from time to time, sure, but never anything so relaxed and sincere. A grin spreads on my face just watching from her.
Yes, I think you're right about that.
Oh, you don't live in the Philippines? Gager. Slightly better. Yeah, I guess, but I guess there are some summers. There are some places with really, really hot summers, so I get that. There are only a handful of houses around the park, so I wonder which one is Cosette's. Time and time again, we walk on past the turns which led to any of them. As I start to wonder what it is we're going, Juliet slowly comes to a stop. The main path forks into two here. The one to our left, a well-trodden dirt path. There's a sign. I can't quite read the writing yet.
Everything okay? We're not lost, are we?
Heavens, no.
A number of tall trees shade the path that we're on, giving enough protection for Juliet to slide her parasol shut. She takes a deep, sound breath, then smiles and gestures down offshoot before us.
It's right this way. Just a little further.
Nodding, I follow again as she leads us onwards. Right away, I notice that something is a little bit off. Juliet's steps are slower and a bit more uneven, like she doesn't want to get to wherever we're going. After a few minutes of walking in silence, she takes one last turn off from the path we were on, leading me up a small hill dotted with trees. Once we reach the crest, Juliet comes to a stop. Still confused, I step up beside her.
Here we are.
Huh? I don't see... Oh.
Yep, Darky, you're right. But yeah, I think everyone knew. Everyone knew, expected that. In the shade of one of the trees is a gray stone monument. Its edges are rough and worn from time, but it's spotlessly clean. There are others like it nearby, practically identical. Words are carved into stone, too small for me to read easily. I've never visited before, but I realize what this place is. I silently mouth the letters of the word at the top, even though I'm pretty sure I know what it's gonna say. There's a C, then an O, then an S. Casette's grave is preserved perfectly. I'm sure Juliet wouldn't stand for anything else.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
It's okay, Miho. I'm aware you didn't know, but I wanted you to.
He turns back to the grave, gently running a hand over the curved stone.
My beautiful, precious daughter passed away years ago. Almost 2 decades by now. She lived a long, full life and spent her final moments with those she loved. The last words she told me, the last words she ever said to me.
Juliet's shoulders shake without a sound as they stand there, helplessly. She shudders as she takes a deep breath.
Or that she couldn't have been happier.
What was she like?
She was so many things that it's almost impossible to answer. I think you would have liked her. I'm sure she would have loved you. She was adventurous and free, sometimes stubborn to a fault. Once her heart was set on something, there was no stopping her. Everything she did vividly, to the fullest. Even if the very laws of existence told her something was impossible, she would try anyway. She was endlessly kind, with compassion for every living thing, from the smallest insect to the largest, most ferocious beast. She saw the value in all of them.
Gives a small smile as she looks at me, even as tears well in her eyes. I gulp to try and force down my own emotions.
You should have seen her as a child. She would talk your ear off. Both of them, if you'd let her. There wasn't a single person near us who didn't know who she was. So open and free was she. That warmth and care. It was the core of her life. If she saw someone in need, she would rush to their aid. It just naturally came to her. If you or I see someone hurting, we may choose to help. For Cosette, it wasn't a choice. To know her was to adore her. Every day that went by, I was more and more proud of her. Even on her last day, she was worried for me more than anything. I promised her that I would...
Sorry. Juliet sobs, dragging her hand across her face. All I can do is watch. My own emotions storm and tosses me in all different directions. The pain in Juliet's shaky voice is enough to make my own breath tremble. But beyond that, there's something else. Something eating at me that I don't want to acknowledge. Juliet turns back towards the grave, taking a couple steps closer. Unfurling her parasol, she holds it over her shoulder like a shield, guarding her against the sunlight. She's also able to stand a little straighter.
I promised her that I would live as she did, to honor her memory,
with kindness, and with virtue, and with compassion and patience for all, that I would ensure her legacy lived on in the many lives she had touched. It was only in the days that followed her passing, as I wandered lost and alone, that I truly began to understand how much she had saved my own life. The gift she gave me was something I'd never had before. Purpose. How very silly and irrelevant things such as wealth and prestige began to seem after that. Those were fleeting concepts, born as a misplaced need or desire. There was something that could be much greater. Something well beyond money and power. Love. As a word, it's difficult to understand. To hear the poets speak of it, there's nothing mightier and nothing softer. Love was either everything or it was nothing. It always seemed so trite, so mature, an attempt to create meaning where there is none. And yet, I've found that the poets were right. They were so right. You and I, Miho, to be able to live on, unaffected by time's curse, must surely seem a blessing to some. But that time is meaningless without something to fill it. To those of us who walk alongside Father Time, rather than fleeing him, it's awfully lonely. When I first became a vampire, I told myself that I had no more need for humans, that I was beyond them. Now, I realize I was afraid. There's a simple contentment and joy that can only be found in experience and age, I've learned. Wisdom does not exclude humans, but to look on as once vibrant hair fades to grey, and as once strong hands soften their grips, as once treasured memories become distant. There is pain. To watch someone you love grow up is beautiful. To watch them grow old is to suffer. Cosette lived into her 80s. A good, long life for a human. Even as her flesh started to fail her, her mind never did. She was sharp as a sword and quick as a fox. For a human, there is no kinder, gentler end than that of old age. And every day, I'm thankful that Cosette was one of those lucky ones. To slip away peacefully and painlessly. As I held that soft, shaky hand for the last time, I wished desperately that I could trade places with her. I would have done anything to give her just one more day. But there was nothing to be done. Cosette passed on with no regrets, and a smile on her face. She lived as full a life as any human could live. And when she was gone, I was still there. My flesh not a day older than when I met her. It was then that I realized what a cruel gift immortality could be. What a slow, repetitive torture if I chose to let it. So for the sake of Cosette's memory, and of the promise I made, I swore that I would continue to live as I had not lived before. For virtue, for friendship, for others, for tomorrow. To die is human. To live is a privilege.
We all okay? We all okay after that?
Yeah.
You good? Yep.
Damn.
Darky, you too? That's why I was ignoring what you were typing in chat, because I didn't want to spoil it to anybody who's gonna bot it. Yep. This is my favorite part of this chapter. Absolutely. Just destroys me a lot. It's
Mortality is really
yeah.
the saddest thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I like there's definitely big angst in terms of immortality. Like a lot of people envy or wishes to have this immortality, but they forget the fact that immortality is probably one of the loneliest things to have.
Yeah.
Just because purely, as Juliet says, it's beautiful to watch someone grow, but it is to suffer to see someone die. And it's true. It's very true. I think I mean even with the hot chocolate rain, like because Crony is a concept of time, she doesn't go away. And as a concept of time against falling in love with a concept that is man-made, it will end. And you oh now I mean you get it. Okay, I'm not gonna talk about how chocolate rain, but you should finish it. I finished this twice already. Come on.
Haven't finished Hot Chocolate Rain. Finish it.
Finish it like now.
Yeah,
I've
then
have read it.
after
Yeah, finish it.
Chocolate Rain,
But yeah, it's
you
just
read
a concept. It's just a concept of, you know, it's that's what I love about Council Concept. The way the lore kind of like interacts with it. It's very very good. I like there's angst potential there, like a lot of angst potential. I love it. Trip is an actual genius. We bow down to Trip, definitely. Anyway, angst. We love angst. Okay. With absolute clarity, the storm inside me calms as I pass through its eye. There's a sense of finality in Juliet's words, which leaves them ringing in my ears as I stumble backwards without thinking about it. To die is human. All humans. Gazette. Someday Aspen. But also even mine. My person. Understanding hits me like an arrow to the heart, and I barely notice the look of surprise on Juliet's face as I transform, turning tail and fleeing into the forest. My person, the one I've searched for my entire life, is dead too. Long dead. No matter what happened after they left the forest, the nature of their human lifespan means that they lived lifetimes ago, generations ago. As I run further and farther away, one thought echoes above the others. All this time, all these years, all these decades, they've been for nothing. I dig my claws into the earth with every step, tearing at the roots and leaves. I do know the name for the feeling pulling and tugging at me. The one had taken over Juliet as we stood there. One I've heard of, but never felt until now. Grief. Every lie, every theft, every struggle and hardship, everything. For nothing. That word swirls around my head, a dying leaf drifting towards the ground, falling and powerless to stop itself. Finally, I come to a stop, not even knowing where I am or for how long I ran. I just stop when I lose the will to run anymore, transforming onto my knees. Every decision I've ever made, every place I've ever gone, had all been in service of one dream. Over time, I grew to rely on it. I didn't ever think to make a difficult decision for myself. Instead, it was like I had a path to follow, however long. But that path wasn't actually leading anywhere. All it did was to take me far away and leave me on my own. Rising to my feet, I look around the area. Although the trees and slopes remind me of Mount Victoria, I don't recognize it at all. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. The sprawling sunlight means she couldn't join me here even if she wanted to. If she found me, I wonder if she's looking. Juliet, who always seemed so calm and put together, behind that mask, she was hiding all these feelings. What else don't I know about her? What else has she been keeping to herself? Is it just more pain? An ice-cold chill runs down my spine, making me shudder as I realize something else. She must have known that too, that my person was dead. She must have figured it out right away, yet she never told me. Aspen too. Suddenly every pain look or topic changed whenever I brought up Jong-in makes sense. They both knew, and were hiding it from me all along. This whole time, letting me go on and get my hopes up without ever stopping me or telling the truth. It was so simple too, so obvious. If I just thought about it for a bit myself, I'd have realized that humans live and die much faster than my kind do. Sighing, I sit on the grass, wrapping my arms around my knees, and mash one palm into my eyes to wipe away the tears that are there.
Stop crying, Miho.
With a few deep breaths, I manage to fight away the stinging pressure and keep myself from breaking down even more. Sigh again, once I'm certain it won't turn into a sob. Now that the initial shock has worn off, pain in my heart has gone from a sharp stab to a dull throb. Aside from pure survival instinct, death has always been a distant and faceless to me. But now I have to look it in the eye. My time with Jong-in is short, thousands of times shorter than the time I've spent looking for them since then. Still, it was all I had. Where do I even go from here? The sun is getting higher, so Juliet must have had her way home by now. She might even be waiting for me to come back. We both know I have to at some point. It's getting hotter for me too. Shakily, I rise to my feet and look around again, actually trying to get to my bearings. If I have to, I can just go back to the direction it came from until I find somewhere familiar. I start walking back towards the library, since the only place I have to go. I may think of it as home for now, but I can't help picture Juliet's sobbing face. Immortal or not, there has to come a time someday where we don't see each other. And that will be the end of our memories together. Or at least, for memories of me. Same goes for Aspen, as mortal as Gazette. Aren't I just resigning myself to feeling this pain again someday? Potentially even stronger? Maybe she was right. The other Gumiho. Maybe I don't belong anywhere. Whew, that's fucking heavy, bro. So heavy. By the time I
Wait,
get
can
back...
we
Yeah,
can
yeah.
I take a
What?
5 minutes? I need to go to the bathroom
Okay,
real
okay,
quick.
go to the bathroom. I'll
Okay,
stall.
okay.
I'll stall. Anyway. Whew, that was a bit heavy, doesn't it? Okay, Dop is doing some idle stuff right now. So we're gonna hang around for a bit, for 5 minutes. So how's things so far, y'all? You doing all right? Oh shit. So how are we? Rice Man, you have to finish Hot Chocolate Rain. It's one of the best things I've ever read. Sadness is washed upon me. Oh my god, it is heavy. The first time I read it, I was just I was in the same office and I was just trying not to cry because even though you saw it from a mile away, like so far away, it's the way that Juliet delivered that pain. You're midway and you want to cry? Yeah. Yeah, sounds about right. Hot Chocolate, yeah, it's around that middle bit that gets really emotional as well for Hot Chocolate Rain. So I wish you good luck, but it gets really good. And I'm glad that this kind of thing is like Trip updated it so quickly, which is so great. That part about crows, yes, that one fucking hurts, man. It hurts so bad. It's like there's this melancholy, and it's just a million. Fucking hell, that's a lot of words. I remember like, cause the way and for me to be getting into a fandom, for me to be just like, I know for a fact that I'm gonna be obsessed with a fandom is when I started to look at fan fictions. And when I was getting into Hololive at the time, I refused to look at fan fictions because I know for a fact it's over for me if I looked at it. And then Trip at the time didn't have this big following yet, so she was updating Inami Sami's stories almost every day. Every day I will wake up, Trip has a new story. I don't even know how I ended up reading fanfiction. It's a phase, definitely. There's I think everyone had a pipeline of getting into Wattpad or getting into a fandom, and suddenly they started to think to read at Wattpad. I remember reading at Wattpad, but I never actually got into it too much. But I definitely was in like fanfiction.net a lot more when I was obsessed with Detective Conan. I started to write fanfictions for Detective Conan at the time as well. And that was my personality for a while. There's a Takamori one on Wattpad. Maybe the only reason why like I didn't like to stay at Wattpad was because there's some very questionable stuff in there. It scares me.
But,
Hello, you're
but
back. Wait, I need to uncharge my phone.
yours
Hang on.
on Wattpad? Oh.
Oh fuck. I'm just checking my messages just in case people have yeah, just check my messages.
The only time I remember
Okay, no one's looking for me yet. So we're
about
still good.
Wattpad
Is still good.
is during that time that most of the fics are like
Okay.
about One Direction.
Yeah. Wattpad has some
Oh.
absolute gems, but kind of iffy on it in general. Yeah, it's very disorganized for me, Wattpad. That's why I don't think it overwhelms me, Wattpad. So I didn't like it. So I was born in fanfiction.net. I visit once every few and see if I mean it linked me that Takamori. I like my Takamori, even though it's abandoned. Anyway, Dup, you ready?
Yep.
Nice. Okay, we continue, everybody. Whew. You got this, we got this. I really want to know how we can choose like to choose Juliet's stuff. So I know I only streamed like 4 hours last time, but we might go over that 4 hours. Yeah, DM me on Discord, please, or Twitter, whichever one you prefer. We might go over this because I really want to know how it pans out with Juliet's route. So let's see. By the time I get back to the library, I'm exhausted from the walk in the sun. Dop, are you okay for me to stream for like more than 5 hours?
Oh, sure.
But let me know if you're getting tired, because I'm reading this with you, so I don't want you to feel left out. So if just let me know if you're really tired. Like I don't mind pausing, and then we can continue another time. Okay.
Alright, I'm interested how
Okay.
this
Cool.
one will go.
Cool. Okay. Let's move that bit. Okay. Cool. I throw open the library door and go inside, walking past my empty seat at the front desk. Juliet is nowhere to be seen. Only patrons. Juliet is nowhere to be seen. Only patrons. They've always managed just fine without me, though. Plodding up to my room, I grab my blanket from a bed and wrap it around myself before I lower myself to the floor. That's when the tears hit me again, and this time I can't hold back. Slouching onto my side, I didn't even try. There's no point. Sorry, I'm eating chocolate. As I expected, in less than a minute, there's the sound at my door. 3 knocks, always 3.
Miho? Is that you? Are you alright?
I don't respond. I don't even know if I want to see Juliet right now. She's a part of these two after all. She pauses outside for a moment. After a few seconds later, Juliet opens the door anyway.
Oh, Miho.
Why is her head cut off? Hang on. Is this a bug or something? Why can't I see her face? Huh? Hang on. Oh my god, that's why. Oh, I didn't. Okay.
Miho, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Juliet trails off. Still, just inside the door. I can see her legs and cane, but not her face. I can picture the concern on it though.
Didn't mean to what?
Okay, fair enough. The words come out as a growl, surprising even myself. But I can't pretend. Not now. She let herself in here. I can deal with it. Her cane sways from side to side as she wrings her hands, almost knocking into the wall more than once.
Mean for you to put things together this way. Such a painful way.
So you did.
Sorry. I cut her off without thinking as she confirms my suspicions. With one arm, I push myself up, letting the blanket fall away from my face as I glare daggers at Juliet.
Pardon?
You knew.
Slowly, I rise to my feet. My head is pounding, and I can hear my blood pumping as anger rises through me, bubbling out like liquid magma.
All this time they've been dead, and you knew, didn't you? You probably knew from the first time I told you about them, right?
Hey, Miho.
She stiffens, and then Juliet sighs deeply. It's all anyone ever seems to do around here.
I did. Yes.
Bless.
Why? Why didn't you tell me?
Although tears are beginning to choke my voice again, I manage to shout out my question, my accusation.
I've been looking like such an idiot. I'm already an idiot compared to you and to Aspen. Every day I'm reminded of that.
Damn, I don't remember this. She's mad.
But this really takes the cake,
Voice
doesn't
acting.
it?
But
Right?
I've been wasting my whole entire life over something everyone else can figure out right away.
Miho, it isn't like that.
Then why?
tell me why you didn't tell me sooner. Or Aspen. She knows too, right?
Juliet nods meekly. My eyes burn, my nose is running. My face hurts in every way possible.
We didn't know how.
Know how? What do you mean, know how?
I can't keep myself from shouting. I feel so stupid, so angry, and so sad.
Please, Miho, try to understand. We were still just getting to know you. You barely trusted Aspen or me. If we just told you that the person you were looking for was deceased, we didn't know how you'd take it.
Pain is eternal, angst is eternal, angst delicious.
You might not even believe us, for one thing. Or perhaps it would give you cause to run away again. As the weeks went on, we wanted to, but it never seemed to be the right time. Neither of us wanted to be the one to, out of nowhere, bring your whole world crashing down. Not when you were trying so hard. You seemed so happy. It felt more cruel to ruin that in a way. I'm sorry, Miho. I truly am. It was wrong of me to let it go this long without saying anything, but believe me, I only hesitated out of love. Aspen and I both. We simply couldn't bring ourselves to break your heart that way.
Fat. A lot of good that did. Juliet sniffles and I have to look away. I don't want to see her cry again. Not while I'm already like this. Stooping down low on the floor, I pick my blanket up and wrap it around myself again. Even as I do, I can't help but think of how it's not really my blanket. It's Juliet's. She just lets me use it, like everything else.
Go away.
Shit. To my relief, she doesn't try to argue. Doesn't even say anything else. She just nods and silently leaves the room. I plan to shower, but oh my god. Yeah, just cry in the shower, dude.
Perfect place.
Yeah, perfect place. Or when it's like raining outside, you kind of just pretend that it's like,
Damn.
yeah, it's just the rain. The second the door shuts behind her, I collapse into my bed, put my pillow over my face, and succumb to my grief. My Wi-Fi sucks there. Thank you for trying to still watch us, me and Dop. And to you too, user, if you're still here. I know it's late, but I feel like you've gone dead now. But that's good, but thank you. Thank you. My everything hurts when I wake up. Damn pillow still covering me. My face and head hurt from crying, and my body hurts from passing out in an uncomfortable position. I didn't even mean to fall asleep.
Yes, are still awake.
Oh my god, gamer, you're still awake. You're crazy. Go to bed. Jesus Christ. It's like morning now. I must have cried myself into it. The memories of yesterday don't even give me a chance to wake up before they flood my brain, pulling a groan out of me in response. I don't want to get up. I want to leave my bed, but even is the point. Still, I know I have to. I have to see Aspen within the next few hours and Juliet too, eventually. I don't know what to say or even what I want to hear. As much as I like to avoid everything and everyone, the rational part of me knows that I can't. Instead, my magic and bead force me to conform, like always. Either get up or be forgotten. It's not really much of a choice. I sluggishly get dressed and wipe down my face, which is still red from crying. And I trot downstairs to where we'd normally be having breakfast. Except it's later than usual. There's food on the table for me, but it's long since cold. I can hear the sounds of conversation and movement that mean the library is open. Life goes on, with or without me. I cram down the slices of cold toast and browning apple without really tasting them, just knowing that I need their nourishment. Then I wander up to the front of the library where Juliet is seated in my spot at the desk. When she notices me approaching, I can hear her struggle to decide how to greet me. Uncertainty plain in her eyes. I can't decide either, so I just settle for a stiff nod.
Hey.
Good morning, Miho.
Her voice is awkwardly stilted. It seems out of place for Juliet. I gesture at the stack of books next to her and half-filled check-out sheets.
You can go to bed. I can take over from here.
Juliet shakes her head, looking a little more confident in the motion.
No, it's all right. You're in no state to be working today. Let me handle it instead.
Really, it's fine.
The patron starts to approach the counter, a couple of books in his hands. I start to reach for them, but Juliet stands up, blocking me off.
Good morning. All set to check out?
I left my handful to my side. The person checking out books looks a little confused, but settles onto talking to Juliet instead of me. Fine then. If she wants to, she can do it. She has that same practiced tone of voice when it comes to helping a stranger that Aspen does. Aspen calls it her customer service voice. To me, it's the same as how I sound when I try to deceive someone or get something out of them. The only difference is, I'm not sure I could pull mine off now. She can. Then again, it seems like Juliet must have been good at hiding her feelings. Wordlessly, I turn around and step out from behind the desk, passing by the guests on my way out the door. From the corner of my eyes, I can see Juliet watching me as I go, even as she deftly handles the checkout. The fresh air is an instant relief, and I gulp it in as I stretch out my arms, just basking in the sun for a moment. Inner telemarketer? Yeah. I start walking to the Bell House because I need to see Aspen before it gets too late. Fortunately, we had a late breakfast yesterday, so I have a bit more of a leeway than usual. I do my best to keep my head empty on the way there, because if I let myself think, it'll turn bad. So instead, I just focus on putting on one foot in front of the other, and on paying the minimum amount of attention to my surrounding, just enough to get me there. Aspen herself is working the counter when I enter the cafe, and she waves eagerly when she sees me.
Oh, Miho! I was just thinking of taking my break early to come see you. Juliet said you were feeling a little under the weather this morning.
I make my way up to the register, staring blankly at the menu. I could actually read some of it if I tried, but I'm not.
I can see what she means. Are you alright?
I shrug.
Yeah, I'm fine. Let me get,
The names of different drinks that I like all swirl around in my head, but somehow picking one feels like an impossible challenge. I wasn't actually planning to stay or get something to drink. I just started ordering out of habit. Yay, you go shower. Thank you for staying. I appreciate you a lot, Riseman. Thank you. I appreciate you.
whatever you recommend.
Frowning, Aspen taps something into the machine. I reach for my wallet, but she waves a hand to stop me.
It's on me. Go sit down and I'll bring you something soon.
Thanks.
I hope I don't miss too much when I get back. Okay, I'll try to slow it down. I think if you've been on Mari's stream, I think you know a lot of this part anyway, so. You okay, Dop? You unmuted
Yep.
yourself. You wanna say something to the class?
Crony.
Crony. Okay. Leaving her to that, I trudge to a booth and sit down, resting my head on my arms and closing my eyes. I could have just come inside and left again as soon as Aspen saw me, but I know that I wouldn't feel any better anywhere else I could choose to go. At least this way I get a free drink out of it. I don't open my eyes until I hear the sound of Aspen setting a cup in front of me before taking a seat herself.
Thanks. Again.
Sitting up, I have a taste of whatever it is Aspen brought me. It's scalding hot and bitter.
What's in this?
Coffee!
What else?
Espresso? You look like you need it.
Gingerly, I take another sip, bracing myself against the heat The heat this time, Jesus.
One of your recipes?
No, I don't know who invented it, but it's been my go-to for years when I need a pick-me-up. Don't you feel more awake now?
The aftertaste lingers in my mouth, but I drank some more anyway.
Unfortunately.
Then it's doing its job. You really do look a mess, though. Were you crying?
Sorry. As soon as Aspen takes a second to look at my face, I see her on the same look of concern as Juliet. I raise my cup to my lips again to just hide myself.
Yeah?
There's an awful scraping sound as Aspen slides her chair a little closer to mine, taking one of my hands in hers. Pull away immediately.
Sorry, I should have asked first. What's wrong? Did I do something?
Her face starts to redden, and I already know what's coming next.
It's fine.
I don't know how to respond, so instead I opt for a question that's been lingering on my mind.
Do you know who Cosette is?
Cosette? No, I don't believe I know the name. Is she a friend of yours?
No. Don't worry about it.
If Aspen doesn't know, I'm not going to be the one to tell her. Still, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that Juliet never mentioned her before, even though the two of them are supposedly close friends. As for Human though, may as well just get it out. At least then we'll all be on the same page.
I found out my person is dead.
Although I've been sitting with that thought for hours, it's the first time I've said those words out loud. To my own surprise, they come out as steady as everything else. At least, I don't feel like I'm going to cry.
Oh.
Finally, I glance at Aspen herself. Just like Juliet, I can see her eyes widen and mouth drop as she tries to think of something more to say.
And you knew, didn't you?
Her hand toys uselessly with an abandoned straw wrapper on the table.
I suspected as much, yes.
I sigh, not surprised at all. I don't even have the energy to be that upset compared to when I was dealing with Juliet.
I'm sorry,
It's okay. Juliet already said it.
Well, I'm saying it too. I'm sorry. It seems you probably didn't find out in the best way. Not that there is a best way. That was why we were afraid to tell you. We didn't know how... Actually, I'm just going to stop talking.
Really? It's fine.
I cut her off flatly before she can start over-apologizing. Being apologized to makes me uncomfortable, like an itch I can't scratch. Putting my chin in my hands, I look out the window to the sunny day outside. Since it's as nice as it is here.
I just wish you would have told me.
In our reflection, I see Aspen nod.
If it makes you feel any better, we were going to, soon. We'd already decided, but not on how. I assume Juliet told you.
More or less, yeah. She said something that made me figure it out.
I see.
Both of them just accepted me being upset so easily. Neither of them tried to argue or anything, just apologized. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Just like I'm not sure if Aspen's words make me feel better or not. But also I have to ask what I'm getting out of this doing to myself. To her, and to Juliet. Sitting here silently stewing in my emotions. What felt like burning rage last night feels less explosive. I do wish they'd be more honest with me, but they were both just trying to be nice. It's not like I haven't done the things they were afraid before, like run away. When that's the case, is it really okay to be upset with them? Sorting through complicated emotions is difficult. I like when things are straightforward, and I know to be sad or mad or something else. Right now, seeing how sad it's also made Juliet and now Aspen doesn't make me feel any better either. If nothing else, I should at least tell them how I feel, or try to. Closing my eyes for a beat, I make my first real decision since leaving Cosette's grave with Juliet yesterday.
Are you busy tonight? I want to talk with you and Juliet. Together.
She startles at the sound of my voice. Guess she didn't expect me to say anything else.
I'll be there. Just tell me when.
I don't know yet. I have to ask Juliet, but I'll have her let you know.
Okay, that works for me.
Stand up slowly and Aspen does the same. I can tell from the way she's still fidgety and nervous, though that something's bothering her. There's a tiny pop as she snaps the paper straw in half.
Can you tell me one thing, though? Are you leaving?
She's really worried about that, isn't she? I feel a bit more confident about one thing as I shake my head.
No. I won't go anywhere.
No.
Staying.
Okay.
Staying
Ready?
with him. Yes.
Staying up
Uh-huh.
till now was worth it. Wait, what do you mean, Moom karaoke? Wait, what the fuck? There's a Moom karaoke?
When? What?
In half an hour?
What?
What? Wait,
Is
hang
it
on.
like the continuation of the birthday celebration?
Maybe. Wait, let me see.
It is, I think.
Oh my god, okay, we can stop after this then.
Okay.
So we can watch the Moom karaoke. Okay,
Oh,
okay. And then
God.
we can just continue on
That's
again.
why.
What?
That's why she said. She tweeted like early,
Okay.
like 30 minutes ago, that she has an idea and caffeine.
Oh my god, no way. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this.
Okay.
Because this is a good bit to end it anyway, so it's fine. After getting back to the library, I made the same request to Juliet about being able to talk together. Not only did she agree, she suggested that we go somewhere else, just for a change of pace. We shared a quiet taxi ride up to the Botanic Garden, not far from Cosette's grave. Neither of us tried to talk, which suited me fine. I spent the whole ride trying to think about what I want to say. I imagine Juliet did the same thing. The taxi driver drops us off as close to the entrance as possible, tipping his hat in thanks as Juliet pays him before driving away, leaving the two of us mostly alone. There are a few people around, but more often are leaving than entering at this time of the evening. One of those people, a figure sitting up on the bench reading, stands up and approaches us. When they step into the light, it turns out to be Aspen.
It's certainly a new feeling to be the one waiting, instead of waited for.
Hi, Aspen.
Good evening, Aspen. I hope we didn't keep you waiting for long.
No, not at all. Besides, I can hardly complain when it gives me an opportunity to catch up on some reading. I thought about exploring the gardens a little, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to find my way back out.
There are worse places to be lost, at least. Thank you for indulging my request to come here in the first place.
It was a good idea. Not to say the library's gotten boring, but...
We never really go anywhere else?
I feel better now than I did this morning, at least enough to make a couple of jokes. A lot of things still weigh heavily on my mind, but I'm determined to not be an emotionless rock that would help anyone.
Precisely. I've never been here before either, so I'm eager to see the gardens.
It's been a while since I've been here myself, but I believe I remember a nice spot I used to visit with.
Instead of finishing her sentence, Juliet simply begins walking. Her cane makes steady click-click sound as it taps against the stone path. Aspen reads off some of the signs that we pass by, signs which I, of course, have never given a second glance at.
Stonebridge Gully. That sounds rather poetic. Perhaps I'll use it in a story sometime. Ah, Pine Hill Path too. Whoever named these gardens was having fun, weren't they?
Juliet still seems preoccupied, not ignoring us, but not paying attention either. She does wait while Aspen pauses to read one of the big signs that talk about the gardens. She writes a little bit in her notebook, then scurries back to us.
Sorry, One of the photos there caught my eye, and I wanted to take some notes for further research. I hadn't realized there was more to this park than just this one garden.
Really? Like what?
There's an old estate, for one thing. Also another garden just for native plants. There's even a cemetery not far away that's apparently part of it.
Steady rhythm of Juliet's cane misses a beat, but she keeps walking. After a short uphill stroll, we reach her destination. A small brick path juts off a main road leading to an overlook covered by a glass roof. There are a handful of benches around, but all of them are unoccupied.
Would this do?
Oh, Juliet, it's breathtaking.
I have to agree. Aspen walks slowly to the edge of the overlook, pressing a hand against the glass as she looks out over the view. I stand beside her and do the same. We're higher up than I thought, which is a good view of the rest of the botanic garden from here. I even spot the main gate, far across the same rolling green hills that I noticed a couple of days ago towering over us. Though she smiles, Juliet doesn't join us, instead sitting down on one of the benches.
What do you think, Miho? How does it compare to some of the sights you've seen?
It's pretty nice. I like the view from up on Mount Victoria better, though.
Oh, it's been quite a while since I went up there. Perhaps I should see it myself sometime and compare.
You should. You can see the library from the top. I used to go up there to clear my head before I started living at the library.
I'll be sure to invite you along, then.
She lingers for a moment, gazing out in the darkening sky, before taking a seat on the bench across from Juliet. Only I stay standing, pacing back and forth. Despite the pleasant chatter just a moment ago, now that we're all here and settled, both Aspen and Juliet sit quietly but expectantly waiting for me to speak first. Since I was the one who asked them to come here, it falls to me to start a conversation. But where to even begin? I've been thinking about that all day, and I've decided that maybe I should start at the beginning. The very beginning.
I never told you anything about my person, right? About Changin.
They both shake their heads. Take a deep breath and clearing my throat, close my eyes and cast my mind back to the forest all those years ago.
I was just a regular fox back then. I don't know how old I was. Foxes don't think like that. All we know about is eating snacks and lying in the sun. That was all I really did, all day long. No hobbies or jobs or responsibilities. Just existing. I knew what humans were in the same way I knew what leopards and bears were. Big and scary and something to avoid. It was rare to see one in the forest, but it happened. Most of the time, they were noisy enough that you could hear them coming from far away and hide. That was the first thing that was different about my person, Changin. I was taking a nap in one of my favorite spots, an old log that had fallen over. Changin came all the way over and sat down before they woke me up. And when they did, I panicked. I ran and hid as fast as I could. I think they were surprised too. They didn't try to catch me or stop me. Instead, they kept their distance and tossed me a little bit of the meat they were eating. I didn't trust them and didn't know why they were sharing, but it smelled pretty good. So I grabbed the food and ran away, and eventually they left. When I went back to my log the next day, Changin showed up again too. I ran away again, but they still didn't chase me and let me come back on my own. We did the same thing the next day, and the next day, and the next. Then, one day, I was in a new part of the forest. I liked wandering around even as a fox. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, when suddenly, it felt like my leg was on fire. I didn't know what it was at the time,
but I'd walked right into a trap that a hunter left. I couldn't move as much as I tried, and it's still the scariest thing that ever happened to me. I was sure I was gonna die.
No, you didn't miss something big. It's about to get big though.
Finally, Jungin showed up. At first, I thought
She's
they
just
were there
telling
to
the story
finish
of
me
her
off.
and the person.
Instead, they were worried for me. They knelt down and got my foot out of the trap, and then wrapped it with a part of their shirt to stop it from bleeding. That was when I finally figured out they weren't going to hurt me. I kept going to the grove to see them, and they kept being there. I let them get close enough to touch me after that. Still, they didn't do it much. It was only to check on my leg and make sure it was healing okay. One day I went, and they were waiting like always, but they brought a lot more food than usual. And they gave it all to me, hardly eating anything themselves. After I was finished, we sat together for a while. They sat on my log, and I laid in the grass nearby. Finally, they got up like usual and set two things on the ground. One was a bag of food, the same as they had just given me. The other was a little paper scroll. They patted me on the head for the first and only time. Then, they left our grove. At the time, I didn't think that day was anything special, other than the extra snacks. But it was the last time I'd ever see them. When I came back the next day, they weren't there. I waited, just in case they were late, but they never showed up. The scroll they left and some of the food were still there. Other animals had taken a lot of the food, but they didn't want the paper. I took the scroll with me when I left. I didn't know what it was, but it was theirs, so it had to be important. My only option was to carry it in my mouth. I went back again the next day, expecting them to show up, but they never did. I don't know how many more days it took before I realized they weren't coming back. Once I did, it was all I could think about. I kept looking for them, but I couldn't find them, as much as I wanted to. I didn't even know why I wanted to see them so badly. Just that I did. While I was thinking about that, I started to choke. Something came out of nowhere and was stuck in my throat. Finally, I coughed it up. A bead. I'd never seen it before, and definitely never swallowed it. I left it and went back to my den, but it was waiting for me there too. No matter where I went, it was always waiting. So finally, I touched it with my nose. Everything after that happened so fast. 1 second I was there, just a normal fox. The next, I was in this new form, not sure how or why. Some things came to me naturally, like using my new body and walking on 2 feet, and even how to turn back into a fox. But I still thought like an animal and acted like one. I didn't know any words that I could even think with. I had to learn those, and all kinds of other human behaviors the hard way, after getting chased away from villages and strangers that I met. Over time, I learned how to hide and blend in, and steal, and just how to survive. I followed Jungin's scent all the way to the ocean. I'd never seen so much water, not even close. I had no idea how huge it was. I boarded a ship like Jungin had, not knowing that it would take me somewhere different than the one they took. And I've been looking for them ever since.
When I open my eyes again, they're heavy with tears. But this time, I don't try to hide them. I didn't mean to talk for so long, but once I start remembering, everything else just came naturally. Turning to face Aspen and Juliet, I see that they're crying too. It is sad.
Miho, they sound like they were a wonderful person.
I can see why you never stopped searching for them. They were truly special, weren't they?
Yeah. They really were.
Remembering how their hand felt on my head, the softness of their touch as they inspected my leg. Those thoughts hurt as much as the hunter's trap did, but also they make me smile too. I've often worried that they might have forgotten about me. I don't think they did. They only knew me as a fox before I had any magic, so their memories should have stayed intact. Those days weren't long, but they were special to me, and I hope to join into. And so, I don't want to let them become painful memories. I want to smile when I think about them.
Anyway, I'm sorry for getting so mad at you yesterday, Juliet. And for how I acted this morning with you, Aspen. I know that you both just wanted to keep me from getting hurt. But that's another thing, too. It feels like you're always looking after me, or taking care of me.
One was please be happy, please be sad. Well, the first chapters are a bit sad.
There are lots of things I'm still learning, but I'm not weak. I've taken care of myself for a long time, you know. So, I don't want it to be like that anymore. I want you to be honest with me from now on, both of you. Even if it's something that would make me sad or angry. I promise that I won't run away without saying anything. I won't just disappear no matter what happens. Because if we're really friends, then we should trust each other, right? That's one of the things I've learned.
Having said everything I wanted to, finally sit down, taking a spot between the two of them, just like at breakfast every morning. For a second, the three of us sit there quietly, and Juliet begins to speak.
I hear what you say, Miho. And I agree. You're not the only one still learning things, you know? I have a long way to go too. For years, I felt it for the best to remain open, but guarded. If I maintained a comfortable distance, even from those I call my dearest friends, then I would be protecting myself. By never getting to know anyone too well, by withholding any meaningful details of my life, I thought to avoid the pain of loss again. But all I've done is keep myself from experiencing that joy of companionship again, while even causing hurt to others. I'm not too experienced when it comes to being honest to myself. Or perhaps only honest to a point. But you're right, Miho. That isn't how it should be. From here on out, I'll endeavor to be more open, more real, with both of you. For myself, and for you.
Juliet looks in our direction, but in particular at Aspen right now.
As such, Aspen, there's something that I'd like to tell you.
I feel like this is a good cutoff to like fork into
Yeah.
the poly route. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If they're gonna add more into it, this is like this part is the best to like go
Yeah.
into that route.
Like, we're better friends now.
Yeah, I feel like I really hope they add the poly route.
Yeah.
She begins telling Aspen about Cassette in much same way she told me yesterday. I sit quietly and think about what she said. Hearing Juliet describe herself reminds me of me. In the end, we've both always been running away, haven't we? Despite how perfect and put together Juliet always seemed, she's actually been struggling just as much. She was just better at hiding it than me. As Juliet recounts the vow she made in honor of Cassette, I see Aspen is listening with rapt attention, like when she gets really absorbed in one of her books. When Juliet finishes her story, both of them have to wipe their eyes. Aspen rummages around in her bag and pulls out a small pack of tissues, offering one to Juliet before noisily blowing her nose and wiping her eyes.
God, that's certainly a lot to take in. Thank you for telling me, though. Cassette sounds like she was a wonderful person, just like Johnine. I wish I could have met her.
I wish you could have as well. She would have had endless stories to recount, and I know she would have loved to share them.
As for all the other stuff, first of all, I promise, to both of you, I want us to be truly friends as well. I don't have anything quite so dramatic in my past, but I certainly know how it feels to be performative. I can hardly fault you for curating your self-image when I do the same thing. It's kind of funny, actually, and a little scary to hear you talk about Cosette and Zhuangyin. Because, as someone who will one day be past tense, I often wonder about how I'll be remembered when I'm gone.
Ugh, pain.
Not that I expect that to be any time soon, but still, I hope that someone speaks of me just as fondly someday.
We will.
Real.
We will, Aspen. We
You will.
will.
Mari.
There will be more
Mari will.
will.
Don't worry about that in the future, though. Right now, I'm glad we had this conversation. It was worth the near panic attack I had earlier, wondering what would be said tonight.
Me too.
Aw.
I still have a lot to think about, and I'm still sad. But I don't want to be sad forever. I know it's not what they would have wanted for me either. But I do know that I'm lucky I met you two, and that you're my friends. I want it to stay like that.
My cheeks burn from saying something like that out loud. For the first time ever. But I like saying it because it's true. Although I'd already made up my mind to stay, sitting here in the middle of the gardens, that I know I made the right decision. For all the doubts I had, all the struggles, I'm thankful that it happened. And I can finally admit that to myself. Maybe it won't turn out the way I expected, but for once, I'm content with my life right now.
Well said. And don't worry, Miho. We're not going anywhere.
Even if it's not always perfect, it doesn't need to be. Just like Juliet.
Oh, Miho, I'm glad too. The first time you stepped into the Bell House was one of the luckiest days of my life.
Hmm.
I wonder why. For this being sad, feel painfully nice. I understand angst reader now. See? As long as the angst have that comfort at the end, I think we're fine. Also, Mume's stream in 5 minutes. Let's go.
Oh.
All I have to do is keep trying like Aspen. So maybe another first time would be appropriate. Yes. Hopping up from the bench, I grab Aspen's hand and Julia's hand and pull them to their feet too.
Aw.
No. I'm spreading my arms as wide as I can. I pull them both into a hug.
Cute.
Cute! Without hesitation.
Screenshot it.
What?
Screenshot.
Ah, man, if I could. My thing is not letting me, which is shit.
No.
Oh, I got it.
Yay.
Okay, I'm gonna put that as a spoiler later as a stream. Hang on. Them. Yay.
Yay. From
that first day at the cafe all the way to now, chilly out here in the gardens in the cool evening air, it's warm in Aspen and Juliet's arms, and I smile to myself and to them, and to anyone who may be watching. I told you this is a good segue to put them in a fucking poly. This is like the best place.
The good ending.
Just kiss all of you. Okay, we are ending the stream and this one because number one, Mume is having a stream
Not
right
at the
now.
bottom. No.
So Mume is having a stream in the next 3 minutes, and I think we finished chapter 3, or I think we got to the best parts of one of the best parts or the biggest parts of chapter 3. So I think this is where we're ending it, and which is a great spot. Thank you so much for hanging out. Especially user. I know you didn't sleep.
Yeah.
You're insane.
Real gamer.
Yeah, you are the realist gamer. We're probably gonna see you in Mumei's
Username
chat.
the gamer.
Yes, literally. Thank you as well, Riseman. I know you've seen this part a lot from Mari's
Right.
stream,
Thank you.
but thank you for staying. Thank you so much. And anyone who had stayed as well at the start, I appreciate that a lot. I never had a big turnout like that. So tomorrow we are on the Twitch. We are on Twitch tomorrow because we are doing a fanfic reading.
Perfect.
Oh, did you not? Oh shit! I thought you did. Well, I'm glad that I was able to show you this part, which I'm
Oh.
glad. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad. And you didn't miss a lot. It's just a lot of emotion. I've seen this is Loki the first time I've seen it. Oh my god! I'm so glad I get to share the emotions with you. Hello, Retro is yo. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah. So we are on Twitch tomorrow. Twitch is on the description below, but it's essentially the same. Code Lucky Kun. Yeah, I'm starting to stream on Twitch, but I am keeping Please Be Happy on YouTube from now for the meantime until we finish it, because I can put some thumbnails and stuff. Fanfiction is on Twitch just because it might get a little bit spicy tomorrow. Oh shoot. Oh, Rice Man, thank you for following Twitch. Or YouTube. I can't remember which one. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think I might try to be affiliated on Twitch. I think with the turnout, which I appreciate, people could actually get me to affiliate, hopefully. But we'll try this. We'll try there again. But Please Be Happy will continue to be on YouTube. Until then, it will be Twitch from now on. Yes. So thank you so much again, guys, for staying. Dop, thank you again for joining me. It's been fun.
Thank you.
Like always. I'll put out a schedule for next week. And a Valorant tournament sign up sheet will go live as well, so follow me on Twitter. So you can get everything on there. For Discord, you can ask me on Twitter for my Discord. I'm happy to give that away as well. Okay, so thank you. It's been a productive day. I think we're gonna go to Mumei's. And yeah, enjoy. Have a good night, y'all. Stay lucky. Goodbye. Bye, Dop. Say bye.
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 Bye-bye.